So I was supposed to start the stream at 8 a.m. and it is 6 a.m. I could not sleep last night. I'm way too excited. So I'm on my second cup of coffee. Let's go. Basically, the description, I'm going to go through what we know about the business combination and the strategic partnership and just see what happens. And the first thought in my head was, okay, I don't have 3 hours of content because I already made videos about all this. So this is all a refresher to people who watch my videos and a refresher to myself to know exactly where we're at this moment, leading up to 9:30 a.m. and the next couple months to, a year. I believe all of this timeline is leading up to the Olympics, to the 250th anniversary of America, to the World Cup, to all of that. I think this Trump Media Group CRO strategy is going to be an integral part of everything that's going to happen next year. So that's why this is super important to me. Oops, shit, I bumped the mic. I got a really bad setup, so I got to deal with that. So now the audio is probably goofed up. Sorry about that. I'm going to roll on. Well, let me double check real quick. So if you're in this early, you're in for a treat. I'm going to do my testing of the podcast, which is so fun for nobody. Yeah, I hear that static. Now let's check it again. I did a bunch of dumb shit to the microphone, and now we're back. Listening to the microphone. All right. Listening to the microphone. I should have talked while I was waiting. I think we got it well. If that didn't scare everybody off, all right. I should have talked while I was waiting. Listening. I think we got it well. If that didn't scare everybody off. Yeah. All right, we're back. Cool. So for the one person that was listening, that probably scared them off, which is a thing that happens on my podcast channel. That is okay for some reason. Listen, here we go. Oh man, now just realizing I probably should have washed my face and brushed my teeth before I jumped in on this. So that means it's going to be like 4 hours before I brush my teeth. That's what I do now, I guess. Okay. So it's going to turn out that, well, maybe I don't have 4 hours of content to stream live till 3 hours till 9:30 to stream live, but I got you covered because I am going to jump into my master's thesis, which was the pandemic of policies in 2019, covering the harm of the policies in 2019, and go into the data and science of that. So you're in for a treat. That'll probably get us kicked off YouTube and X. Well, X didn't even start, so I'm not even streaming to X, which reminds me, I need to do that right now. So I'm going to go autistic and forget that I'm streaming for a second and get this going. So that's going to be maybe an hour or so if I run out of things to say, which most likely because I started 2 hours early. Not even I can bloviate that hard, or that well. All right, boom, paste. We're going, getting it on the X Twitter. Got to slam in my hashtags. What are we doing? Crow. That's a good hashtag. What are we going to do? Chronos. That's a good hashtag. What are we going to do? We're going to do MCGA, make Chronos great again, because that's what we're doing today. That's good. Let's throw some TMTG in there. That's good. What else? What else? Chronos, blah, blah, blah. That's good enough. I don't care about anything. All right. Damn. All right. So those who tuned in right on time, you get all the good sounds of me warming up my voice. Here we go. Yeah. Woke up at 3 a.m. Was like, well, damn, here we go. And here we are. Jumping into it a little bit. So check this out. The ticker changed. Look at that. That's gone. And I have, because that used to say York. I remember the last video it said, $10.82 as of close of Friday, close of market on Friday. That's gone. I got another fun little thing. What's my DPI on my mouse? I got this showed up on Robinhood, so we're getting warnings. If my screen sucks, it says pending corporate action. York YORK is unavailable to trade in some sessions. Data updates may be delayed. Things are happening. So we have the Yorkville, MCGA.com is updating. What else did they update? Anything else? I didn't look. Any new announcements? Nope, no new announcements yet. Ooh, that changed. No, it didn't. Okay, so no new announcements yet, but this ticker changed. This changed on Robinhood, and nothing changed on the YorkvilleAC.com yet. So that's interesting. That's a little bit of movements I've been watching. So we're going to jump to my newly opened X account. And I got a little bit of movement, 1,800 views. I don't know, is that good on X? I'm used to Rumble numbers, which is smaller, but these should be in the millions probably. I don't know. So, yeah, so this is the old ticker right here. And then you see it switch to gone. It's gone. Switch to that. So Yorkville Acquisition Corp is offline for all intents and purposes until 9:30 a.m. when it's going to switch over to MCGA. 3 hours from now, when the whole point of this podcast comes to fruition. So my big question, what is your bet? And I asked this to everybody. I got 5 comments. I don't know how to use X yet. Click up here. No. I want to see the comments. Oh, here they are. Oh, okay. $3.70 billion CRO. So this is what I've been talking about in my other videos. This is what I've been running into. Somebody posted, outside of Crow Fam, which if you don't know what Crow Fam is, that's the diehard hodls of Crow. They saw it go up to $1 and I think 2021 or whatever. And now they saw it just crash and now it's coming back and they held. So that's the Crow Fam, the 212. And to them, they're like, who else is talking about this? Which is technically true because I go on the YouTubes, I go on all the Facebooks, I go Rumble everywhere. Nobody's going in depth about this. You got the crypto bros talking about Crow for sure. speculating with their lines on their graph, ups and downs, which is what they're good at. And a lot of them are millionaires, so I'm not talking shit at all. Sounds like I might be. Maybe I am. I hope I'm not. But they're not even talking about this in depth at all. Matter of fact, I found nothing. I found some news clips, kind of poking fun at the deal, like, they're going to fail again, like DJT failed. I mean, if DJT failed by buying $2.5 billion worth of Bitcoin and then buying another billion, technically 6.42, and we'll go into the breakdown of that number, 6.42 billion of Chronos. We'll go into that number. It's not exactly what it sounds like. It's not fake at all. It's just it's allocated and broken down in a certain way. So if DJT failed, which is TMTG's Trump Media and Technology Group, if they failed by buying $2.5 billion worth of Bitcoin just to hold, and now they're partnering in the business strategy, we'll go into the business strategy versus the business combination versus the strategic partnership. Those are two different things. The way I explain it is the business combination is the big umbrella, and the strategic partnership is underneath that, a smaller part of the business combination. And I'll go into all that. But, DJT, we've been just mercilessly beaten for the last 3-4 years. And through price manipulation, through naked shorting, which I got to get into that story. 1 second. I'm going to my email to find a link I sent to my sales, and it should be real easy to find, and it is. And shut up ads. Okay, so I got to go into this, do the thing. So, like, this is like, how do you do one thing max? Yeah, $92. So I got in 67. I think I got in right around here. I got in at about $12. It was another night. I was feeling this exact same way. I couldn't sleep at night. I woke up, super early, 3 or 4 in the morning, and I waited till 9:30 for markets to open. DWAC became DJT right at opening bell, just like we're doing now. And I got in at about $12, shot up to 67. Did I sell then or did I hold? Maybe I took profit there, sold half, then it dipped, and then I think I sold the rest around $80. So I made a little bit of profit. But right here, Robinhood, NASDAQ, all the exchanges froze it. It's like, hey, it's too volatile. We got to freeze it. And so you couldn't buy anymore. People were wanting to buy it because, let's go. And they froze it. You couldn't buy. You could only sell. So that made it go down some. So, it went down to, let's say, $60. Then they opened up trading again. And then maybe that was right here. Now, this is a couple days. This was happening within hours, and it happened over days as well. So then the price went down, and then they opened it back up for trading. It started to go up again. It looks just like this, but I don't think that's the right timeline, because that looks like months. Yeah. So, and then when it went up again, they froze it again to drive it back down. They kept trying to drive it back down through market manipulation. They're like, it's the volatility, and everyone you talk to is like, yeah, that's what they do. That's standard. If it's too volatile, they'll cut you off. You won't have access to it. Well, that's stupid, bro. That's not an open and free market. So they kept doing that, and then just tanked it. Tanked at 13. I think we got down to 11, and a little rally back here, and then like a micro rally, and then bada boom, bada bing, we're back down. So that was our ride into DJT, just complete manipulation, dirty dealing, naked shorters. And that's why today is round 2. Now it's our turn. And this is vengeance. This is vengeance to those parasites in the market. And I ran across this morning, this article. Got me thinking, okay. So the business strategy, which is the smaller part of the business combination, is through TMTG, which is runs Truth Social under the ticker DJT, and crypto.com came together for a bit, and Yorkville, I think, is a part of the business strategy, came together for a deal to get Chronos, which is the native token, cryptocurrency for crypto.com, and get that implemented onto Truth Social, which I covered before. Damos did it, which is Amethyst. Damos is on Apple and Amethyst is on Android. And they did something like this where what'll happen is, let's see, you got your hearts right here, or your thumbs up, or whatever you got, your likes. So those are kind of worthless. They just show like, ooh, you're popular, but that's it. That's all they do. Maybe rank you on something, whatever. But with crypto.com and the Chronos, and what Damos did with the Satoshi, which the Satoshi is like the base unit of a Bitcoin, like a penny to a dollar, a Satoshi to a Bitcoin. So what Satoshi did, what Damus did was take this heart. They had the hang 10, like the hang loose, and you could zap, which was a lightning bolt. So there's zap. There'll be something else added here. They said a gem maybe, or I don't know what it is, but you click that because you'll have a wallet now that has Chronos into it. You're holding Chronos in your digital wallet on the Truth Social platform, and you click the icon, the gem, the whatever it's going to be. You're giving them actual currency, and it's just like a penny, a couple pennies at a time. But that adds up, and so if you make good content, you get tipped, you get zapped, you get whatever it's going to be called, gemmed. I hope it's not called gemmed, but you're making actual real life currency. So bots are going to go away because most people will see that they're bots or that it's fake media or whatever. They won't get tipped. They might get liked or shared, but that's not the most valuable resource. The actual currency that you could make is the resource, and that will happen. That will be promoted through the tipping. So truth will shine. Like the most accurate, the most dank memes, the coolest things will be the ones that are tipped by real people and with real accounts and not bots. So, because the bots would have to buy crypto and invest money to make crypto great again. So, so even if the bots want to stick around, they're going to have to invest. So win-win. And so that's amazing. And another aspect which this article covers, if TMTG issues CRO as a dividend to shareholders, naked sellers would be exposed because only legitimate shareholders of record are eligible to receive such dividends. not those holding phantom shares. The naked shorts, you bet on shares you don't have. So you don't have to naked shorts, you don't actually have the shares. It's completely illegal and it's completely happening. And they drove DJT into the ground. They tried to do this to GME, but GME did Diamond Hands HODL. And these are all Diamond Hands HODL. That's slang, like Diamond Hands, stay hard, stay frosty. HODL is just hold, and it's just those are slang terms in the crypto world. So if this dividend happens through Truth Social and its parent company TMTG, which is partnered in the business partnership with crypto.com and Chronos, which is dipping. That's crazy. What's happening there? So if all that happens and they start issuing a dividend, it only goes to registered shareholders of TMTG. So, which is DJT stock which is this. So if you're not registered and you don't own shares of this, you're in trouble. You don't have you can't get the Chronos, you can't get the dividend because you don't have shares. How are you selling the shares if you don't have shares? That's instant short seller napalm. That's interesting. So I haven't heard any news if this is happening. I think it should happen. I think it's a great idea. I think it's the way Trump thinks. He comes at you, you come at him normally, and he shakes and moves and weaves and comes at you sideways with something that just nukes you out of the water. And that's how he operates. Art of the deal. So this could be like, it could go at 9:30, it could go live, and maybe Truth Social will update right then. And then by 10 o'clock, they know who the naked shorters are and they're nuked off the planet. Probably a slower timeline than that. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea. I don't know these things. But if you want to stick and move and weave and get shit done, you could get rid of the naked shorters by 9:31. Like, go live, immediately issue the dividend to all shareholders digitally. That's instantaneous. And by 9:31, you know who's naked selling. That's awesome. And all the short sellers, market manipulators, anti-American globalist Nazis lose billions and billions of dollars, which is always good. So I'm going to keep an eye out for this. It could happen today. It might not be happening at all. I think it's a great idea, great strategy. It does what the SEC refuses to do, which is the SEC job. The job of the SEC is to do this, find the naked sellers and the people that are manipulating the market illegally and get rid of them. They haven't been doing that for the last 4 or 5 years, probably since they've been established, just like the Federal Reserve, just like every single other corrupt, captured institution not doing their job. NATO, their job was to stop a conglomerate leviathan like the USSR from ever forming again, which NATO is the evil conglomerate leviathan. So if NATO was doing its job, it'd have to kill itself. If all these institutions were doing their job, they'd have to sue themselves into oblivion. So that's where we're at. So this bysteps all those corrupt, captured, it's called elite capture. All these captured institutions, this bypasses that and just says, well, we'll do your job for you. Which is awesome because a small government is good government. We have a bloated, corrupt, stagnant, festering government that's leeching off the sweat, blood, and tears of the American citizen. And today could be day one of rolling them over the edge, rolling this bloated government straight off a cliff. And this could be day one. Get rid of taxes. That could be around the corner. Tariffs are a tax break. If you want tax breaks, if you like paying less taxes, you like tariffs by definition. Tariffs are a tax break. The more tariffs you have, the less taxes that are necessary. The less government you have, the less taxes that are necessary. You see where we're converging? Zero taxes, close to zero government. I say 80% of government, go off a cliff. Take a long walk off a short pier, you know? Let's go. Today is day one. Digital revolution, digital 1776. Let's go. I am so pumped. If this is a thing, if this happens, I think this is just speculation right now. Like, wouldn't this be cool if it happened? Which, yes, this would be cool if it happened. So, because naked shorters, they're the biggest parasite. They're a parasite that's almost as big. Like if, sharks and whales have, the parasite fish stuck to them. It's like if the parasite fish was as big as the shark. Like that's what we're dealing with. And this could be a way to just identify very quickly by 9:31 a.m. We identified all the naked shorts. Like could happen. Technology-wise, reality-wise, time-wise. Could by 9:31 we could have identified all the naked short sellers. That easy. So I'm really pumped for this. This is something I ran into. When did I send this picture to myself? I don't know. But I ran into this probably 3 a.m. when I woke up. I ran into this, and there's so many cool things are happening, and so many insanely cool things could happen that we don't even know about. And I'll welcome all the new peeps. I see we got a couple folk that are up early, ready to hodl. What I explained at the beginning, and don't watch the beginning of the stream. It was awful. I bumped the mic, bunch of static. I did my normal autistic thing where right when I hit, go live, I remembered 15 things that I needed to do or didn't do. And just the same old. But welcome. I think I worked out all the bugs, or all the bugs that I can work out with, a $10 camera and a $15 microphone and the cheapest internet you could find and the cheapest gaming computer I could find. I buy my computers based on if they could play World of Warcraft. And this was the cheapest computer with the best graphics card that can play World of Warcraft. So mission accomplished. But for streaming, I look like, a 1990s horror film, which is fine, which is okay. And I don't know, maybe after today, after 9:30, I could afford a computer that works really well and a nice camera. Maybe after 9:30, I won't stream anymore because I will buy an island. Whatever. I'm going to get into the speculation. I have no idea what's going to happen at 9:30. I was just talking about DJT and what happened. It went up and up and up, and then the market shut it down. It's too volatile. It's doing too good. We can't allow it to do this good. It's too volatile is what they said. So they shut down buying, and you could only sell, which drove the price down. And then once the price went down, they turned it back on. It went straight back up again. Not this. This isn't the chart, but it did look like this. But this is over a couple months, and it went back up again. So they stopped it again, drove it back down, and they kept doing that and doing that and doing that, and this drove the price down. Then the naked shorts came in, which I went over. This could be a way to kill the naked shorts, and so 9:30 a.m. today is vengeance, is complete and utter revenge for the people that held DJT, and I'm super excited. Things are moving. This showed up on the Devil's Trade Network, which is Robinhood. Pending corporate action, York is unavailable to trade at some sessions. Data updates will be delayed. So this Yorkville Acquisition Corp Class A stock will be the Trump Media Group CRO strategy under the ticker MCGA. This morning at 9:30 a.m., opening bell ding ding, this will be MCGA. Just like DJT was called DWAC, DWAC. It was an SPAC, a special purpose acquisition company, corporation, whatever. So Yorkville is a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition company, which will switch over to MCGA and be the treasury for the billions of CRO at 9:30 a.m. this morning. Come on, let's go. What the heck? So, I woke up at 3 this morning, just could not sleep. I was like, all right, I'll get the stream set up, and I'll have the little holding video going till 8 a.m. because I was gonna start at 9, and that'll give me a half hour to talk and get things rolling. And I was like, you know what, I'll start at 8 because then I could go into some in-depth stuff. And then I was sitting here getting the stream ready, gonna put the holding video up. Hey, we're going live at 8, which is I think what I said. And I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna go. And I don't have 3 hours worth of stuff to say, but I got some videos queued up. I'll go into my master's thesis. You're in for a treat. I went in depth into the pandemic of policies in 2019. I went into that. I was like, what is causing all these supply chains to collapse? What is causing all the harm? Oh, it's the policies that are collapsing the supply chains intentionally. I need to look into that. And I found out, changed my life. That's the nobody knows. Nobody read it. I wrote a book about it. Nobody knows. But it's my magnum opus so far. And I just got another autistic idea. Doink. Doop da deep. Doop da deep doop da. Starred. I gotta go under starred. God, I've been using my phone so much I forget what computers are. Ooh, now I'm getting hungry. I forgot about eating. Oh man, this is gonna be a train wreck, which is fine. All right, here we go for everybody who likes to buy things. This is my book. Paperback. It's pretty thin. It's my master's thesis. It's chocked full of data, information, really dense. Like you could take each page and expand it, which I should have, which I might still. Like I wrote another book, which is all the information I couldn't fit into here. But and that book was twice as thick. So I had to condense this down, and I still could have condensed it way more because I went into China and the CCP and all that, which is part of it. It's a main part of the story because right now China's working with the cartels to fly in criminals from all around the world when President Autopin said surge the border in 2020, 120 countries around the world emptied their prison, and China threw them on planes to fly them to Argentina or to Venezuela, come up the Darien Gap, come up the Bridge of America, and there's sleeper cells in America right now. And well, let me just say this very unequivocally. If when you hear people say, deport all alien invaders, deport the alien invaders, and if you hear that and you think Mexicans, you are 100% brainwashed. That, let me just tell you that, let that sink in. If when people say we got to get the alien invaders out of our country, and you immediately think you're racist because that's Mexicans, you are 100% brainwashed. The alien invaders that were told to surge the border by President Autopin, who were flown in by China and aided by the cartels, are mainly from China, from the Middle East, and from North Africa. So check your brainwashing. That's just fun. That came out of nowhere, and it's awesome. So this is my book. Has nothing to do with, well, yeah, it has everything to do with its policies. The policies are what killed people, caused the harm in 2019 through 2024. It was the policies that were killing people. I always say, because masks, I call them COVIDiots. They still wear masks. Masks are in 1918. A lot of people with the Spanish flu died from, not the Spanish flu, bacterial pneumonia caused by prolonged wearing of masks. We knew that in 2019 or 1918, that prolonged wearing of masks causes bacterial pneumonia. Guess what we forgot in 2019? That prolonged wearing of masks causes bacterial pneumonia. Isn't that funny? So we know masks, like if you're one of the COVIDiots and you wear your mask all day long, you could still smell a fart through a mask. And you realize those poop particles that you're smelling through your mask are orders of magnitude bigger than an mRNA virus. So if the poop particles could come through the mask and get up your nose, the mRNA virus could do that so much easier. Actually 10 to 100 times easier. It's wearing a mask to stop an mRNA virus is like trying to stop a mosquito with a chain link fence. And that's just fun little facts you'll read in my book. It's I don't call them COVIDiots in my book, but it's understood. So imagine going through your master's as in 2021, my purple-haired 300-pound lesbian instructor from my last year, or she was my advisor, would refuse to talk to me, refuse to return my emails. This is master's people throwing politics ahead of their job. And so I had to do all of this on my own, had no help, had people calling me racist for putting CDC data on screen in my presentation. What made you study this? You are a bigot. This is CDC's data. I didn't do this, but it's awesome. It's so fun. So this is my book. Buy it if you want. Again, it's super thin. I think it's like 100 pages, maybe even 60. But I got my works cited in there. Go to each of the works cited. I mean, in a YouTube video link I put was taken down and scrubbed, of course. The mRNA, all of that stuff. Am I still on YouTube? I might still be on YouTube. I thought they'd kick me off by now. But I think this is a great book. This is my magnum opus so far in my life. It's the data. It's basically a timeline of the pandemic of policy, a timeline of the policies and definition changes. I went to the Wayback Machine, got screenshots of when Merriam-Webster was just changing definitions at midnight just to cause confusion and all that, and to, to weaponize the woke movement, the neo-Maoists, the cultural Marxists, the woke retards. And retards isn't intelligence. Retards means if you do demonic shit, you're a retard. They weaponized the dictionary against people to cause them harm. That's the evil we're dealing with. And I got screenshots of it, documented, links, everything, pictures in this book. It's awesome. I think it's awesome. It's a document of the history, because the fake news today is going to be history tomorrow. So all the lies they're telling today is what we will look back and see the lies. This is a hard copy of what really happened. And it held up the test of time. It's like 4 or 5 years old right now, and still completely accurate, which I'm amazed, because, like my videos now, I kind of speculate a little bit. But I say when I'm speculating, I get the data and then I'm like, that looks like it's pointing here. That might be pointing there. Let's go look over there. But I let you know when I'm speculating. In this book, I don't believe there's any speculation. It's just, here's the data. Here's what happened after the data. They put this policy into place. Here's what happened after that policy went into place. And like the ships off the coast of California, where they had strict rules to the ships waited off the coast so long that we're bringing toilet paper and food in the pandemic, that they just dumped their cargo into the ocean, into the bay, just turned around. They're like, we're going to lose money off this. The food's rotting. We've been waiting out here for weeks. Dozens and dozens and hundreds of boats just dumped their goods into the bay and turned around. That's a policy. That's a stupid, retarded, evil policy. And that's what the pandemic of policies was. Hundreds and hundreds of those types of scenarios. We're killing ourselves on purpose. Well, democide. Your government is killing you on purpose and stealing your money while you're doing it. So buy my book. There's my sales pitch. Lost 2 people. 2 people were like, nah, brah. I want to spend $21. Yeah, spend $21 on CRO. Then, in a couple months, you could buy 5 of my books, which I would like that too. All right. Dang, I'm getting hungry. I drank double the amount of coffee I usually do. So things are heating up. What do we got? 2 more hours. That was an hour. That wasn't bad. That was exciting, wasn't it? Another person leaving. All right, I'm going to be on my own soon, which is fine. I was thinking the other day, like, I'm not going to go viral. I'm not going to be super exciting. I'm not going to be no Candace Owens, but I'm doing this for, like, I wrote my book. I did this. It's a testament and a document for me that I could return to these videos later and say, oh yeah, that's what that was. So, I mean, I very much appreciate people tuning in, watching. Hopefully you're getting something out of this. Hopefully you're learning, but this is predominantly for me, a testament to my experiences in life. Because I am living this. If I wasn't recording right now and streaming, I'd be online doing exactly this, waiting till 9:30. So that's that. All right. So this is my big dang question. What is your best guess? And I'm asking the audience, and nobody knows anything, or nobody's saying anything. I even threw Devin Nunez in there. What is your best guess of what will happen Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. when Yorkville changes its NASDAQ ticker to MCGA? What will this price be? What will the price be? and see people like this person, not to point them out, but look at how much traction they get. Outside of CrowFam, who is talking about this? The entire world will be talking about this. Like, honestly, in my opinion, after 9:30 a.m. when MCGA goes live, I'd be surprised if anyone's talking about anything else. I mean, that's scary because there might be some big false flag event, some shooting, some blah blah blah. Maybe we'll go to war with Venezuela at 9:31 a.m. or maybe 8:25 a.m. 9:25 a.m. we go to war with Venezuela. But I think this is all the news is going to be talking about. That's my guess. And obviously, I don't know what the fake news. I don't know what they want for today, what their propaganda, the state-ran media, what they're going to say. But this is the biggest news in the world. This is it. And homeboy over here was like, honestly, who's talking about this? Every major market and corporation in the world. This could change financial history. Have you heard of Michael Saylor and the MicroStrategy? I don't know how to spell his name. So, how'd I get? Not even close. So, Michael Saylor and the MicroStrategy is doing something like this. Massively successful. So he takes his company, MicroStrategy, which I think it's called Strategy now because it's not micro anymore, and he buys Bitcoin, holds Bitcoin. Bitcoin's price go up because it's digital gold. He reassesses his company. It's worth more. He takes out more loans, buys more Bitcoin. Reassesses his company. It's worth more. Takes out a loan, buys more Bitcoin. It's called the infinite money glitch. It's called the flywheel. And he's making billions off of this. One of the top 500 richest people in the world because of this infinite money glitch. And people are copying it. Corporations are copying it. It's the infinite money glitch, the flywheel, is the basis for the Trump Media Group CRO strategy. TMTG, which is DJT, they bought $2.5 billion of Bitcoin. Not even a little teeny bump in their stock. They have Bitcoin on their, just as an asset, just to hold. No bump in the stock. You could tell something's wrong. And, this could knock out all the naked shorters. By 9:31, all the naked shorters could be nuked off the planet. This is some. Maybe nothing happens today. Maybe it's just like, yeah, we're open now. Hello. And it opens at 1082, the same price it closed, and nothing happens. I seriously doubt that. Maybe it'll look something like this: spike, down, spike. They'll stop. They'll freeze the market because of volatility. That's a scenario I'm preparing for. I have no idea. But they can't freeze the market because it's CRO. You can't freeze a decentralized blockchain. No one entity controls the decentralized blockchain. That's the point. It's not the fiat dollar. It's not the Federal Reserve Federal Reserve note. You can't sanction people with their sanction it. I don't care. It's decentralized. You can't manipulate it. So they can't freeze the market technically, right? Is that right? They could stop MCGA. They could stop this ticker, people from investing into this, but they can't stop Kronos. Well, they could stop the exchanges. I'm in my mind, how my mind works. I look for the bottlenecks, triage. Uh, okay, let's say they attack the exchanges, take the exchanges down. It's still working. We still all have our own not tablet. What's it called? Ledger. We still have our own ledger. It could still be traded. Like let's say they knock out all internets and a massive EMP in each American city or world city. We would still, the ledgers would still be there, and they would still be validated once we get it up. I was thinking of something. I'm jumping off topic, autistic style. AM radio and ham radio, HAMM, ham radio, having carrier frequencies for the blockchain. So jump to jump, ham radios and Wi-Fi carrier frequencies for the blockchain. That's cool. That's a technology I want to see out there. So I think it's like technology-wise, it's unstoppable. They could freeze some of the market. They can't freeze everything. We're outside of their grasps. Structurally, let's get into the structure. Need that 9.9. Okay, there it is. So let's do outside in. And in is the strategic partnership. And so the outside, here's what the support structure looks like. Yali Pin, which I'm the only one on the internet talking about this. I asked all the crypto bros, all the financial bros on YouTube, everywhere. Hey, you guys, what is Yali Pin up to? Where are they getting this $5 billion that they're going to extend a line of credit to Yorkville, which is going to be MCGA? What is up with Yali Pin? Nobody. They thought I was spam in their chat, like, because that doesn't look like words. And so nobody was talking about. I've been talking about it for weeks. So Yali Pin is one of the huge support pillars, a flying buttress, if you know your architecture. And they're entered into a backstop agreement to purchase Class A ordinary shares of Yorkville Acquisition, boop, bop, beep, which is MCGA, capped at no more than 9.9% beneficial ownership. So they could buy up to 9.9% of the shares as a backstop. Something goes sideways, the price starts to dip, they inject liquidity. They inject money. You got it. And that's just one. And so that's just one part. That's an affiliate of Yorkville. Yorkville actually manages Yali Pin, and Yali Pin is a hedge fund. But nobody online, they just skipped over this. I heard 0 videos. I scoured for a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, looking for any video of this, anything online. Online gave me some things, and I did videos on that. And but none of the crypto bros, which they're good at what they do, but they're very siloed, which might be a good thing. Like, stick with what you know, that's your wheelhouse, do it very well. Fine. That's a great recipe. They're making money. Awesome. But I'm looking horizontally across many silos, which makes me not a master of any, but that's how my brain works. So Yali Pin is entered into, so sign a contract, done, completed, to act as a backstop, as a buttress, in case something goes sideways, boom, here's more money. More things go sideways, boom, here's more money. And that's on top of the 5 billion line of equity. How am I doing that over here? Oh, I'm okay. Yali Pen. 0 videos of them on YouTube, except for mine. Crazy. And like, I'm not the expert. I'm like, why doesn't somebody else do this so I could consume their media? Learn it from them. Nobody's doing it. I'm like, crap. So basically, I was not forced. I wanted to, but compelled to just live stream my research. I don't know what Yalipin is. Now I do. It's a hedge fund that's managed by Yorkville, which Yorkville is the Trump Media Group CRO strategy, which is the Treasury at 9:30 a.m. today is getting billions of CRO and dollars and warrants and cash and everything injected into it. What is the opening price going to be? I cannot understand what it's going to be. Yorkville proper, when this opened as a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition company, it opened up at $11. It had, I think, 150 to 180 million dollars in assets. 11. So I don't know how they calculate the initial position of what they're worth when they're open. That's the big question I have. I don't have any financial bros to talk to, or bras. Bras are female bros, right? I don't know. Whatever. Shut up. It's too early. Is it early? It's light out. Chickens are waking up. But so Yorkville had opened up at $11 a share with 180, let's say 150 million dollars worth of assets. MCGA has 700 times that amount of assets, maybe even more than that. So are they going to open up 700 times the price? I'm guessing not. Like, they won't open up at $700 a share, right? I have no idea. It's bugging the hell out of me. I need a time machine. Go ahead in time 2 hours and 20 minutes so I could be 5 minutes early, so I could, take a bathroom break, get some water, eat a piece of toast. But what will their opening price be? This is so. I mean, they have somewhere around, and these are rough estimate numbers. Could be off by maybe 100 times. That's 600 times the assets, 700, 400, whatever. Way more assets. I'm just throwing the number 700 out there just for me to work with. I could throw the number infinity out there, infinity more assets, but then I can't do math with it. So what are they going to be? What is their opening number per share? So that's one of my strategies, is once I know that, I'll know if I'm going to take profit or kind of see where it goes up or down and take a little bit of profit or not. I don't know. So I have like 3 or 4 different algorithms of strategies I'm going to do depending on what happens. It's so bizarre. Chronos dipped down. What time was this? Yeah, 8:40 p.m. It's been dipping down leading up to this. Is that like, in a tsunami, you're at the beach and all of a sudden the water just kind of pulls away and disappears into the horizon? Is that this? FYI, if you're on a beach and the water disappears into the horizon, get out. That's the drawback for the tsunami. So if you ever witness that, don't ask questions, don't grab your stuff, grab your kids probably, definitely, and go. So it's dipping a little bit below the 23% Fibonacci, little bit. Community is 85% bullish. Yeah. HODL. Loaded lions. That's a loaded lion. You don't have enough crow. So go up. Okay. Volume 72 mil. So nothing moving yet. Oh yeah, Michael Saylor, MicroStrategy. Yeah. The infinite money glitch. It's working for him. Companies around the world are adapting it, moving away from fiat currency that's based on nothing, that they could just go to a computer. Your government can go to a computer and just type in commas and zeros and send that over pallets of cash, send it to a bank account, and that's your chunk of the pie getting smaller and smaller and smaller. We call it inflation. That's dollar depreciation. Your buying power is becoming worth less. So they want an asset that isn't. What I say is, like, in 2025 lingo, the Federal Reserve note identifies as a currency. It's not a currency. It identifies as a currency. If you want if there's any woke retards watching, you get your financial advice through your brainwashing, through your cultural Marxism. The fiat Federal Reserve note identifies as a currency. Maybe that'll help you understand it. So that's what DJT is doing, which is TMTG. That's what Yorkville is doing, and crypto.com is doing, and they're all, like this picture, they're all coming together around crypto. Boom, to a currency that has actual intrinsic value. It is not fiat. You can't just go print up 7 trillion and put them on 737s and send them over to Iraq to Saddam Hussein and just have warehouses full of pallets of cash. You can't do that, Obama. You can't do that. Barry Sorrento. Has anybody heard of Barry Sorrento, the Kenya foreign exchange student? Look him up. You might have heard of him. Barry Sorrento, born in Kenya. So you can't do that with true crypto. It's not fiat. So if we were on crypto 20 years ago, 9/11 wouldn't have happened. We would have traced where the DOD lost that $2.3 trillion. Oh, you guys probably haven't saw that. Rumsfeld. Hurry up, internet. 2.3 trillion lost. September 10th, 2001. Come on, Donald. Yeah. Check this on out. Let me start it over. Okay. So if we were on the blockchain in 2001, 9/11 could not have happened. That is a fact. There would have been no funding.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
2.3 trillion with a T.
The Pentagon lost $2.3 trillion, and they announced it on September 10th, 2001. So immediately people sprung into action to find documents and receipts and get them all together in a room in the Pentagon. And guess what happened to that room that was filled with all the receipts on September 11th, 2001? Guess what happened to all those receipts? They were hit by a plane, a wingless plane, a plane that had no wings, hit the room 3 layers in that held all those receipts. So now we can't look into where all the $2.3 trillion went. If we were on the blockchain, I could hold up my ledger like, oh, here's what happened. You could hold up your ledger like, oh, here's what happened. Everyone could hold up their ledgers like, hey, you guys stole it and sent it to other countries to fund terrorism, black ops terrorism. We went to Afghanistan to guard the poppy fields. You know, like here it is. We'll show you our ledger. That's okay. Your ledger was destroyed. We got, 10 million more ledgers right here. So 9/11 could not have happened if we were on the blockchain. Just to let you know how important the blockchain is to safety.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
So why is the blockchain important? Why is crypto important? Because we need to track what the government does with our money, because you should not trust the government. The government's job is to steal your money. Your job is to keep the government from stealing your money. Less government means less money stole. More transparency. If we get to keep our ledger and no third parties, we could track where the DOD spends their money, spends our money, and vote to send it there or say, no, bro, you do not get to spend 2.3 trillion on guarding poppy fields in Afghanistan. We do not want you to fund terrorism in the Middle East. No, thank you. No, please do not work with the cartels. No. So if you don't know why the blockchain is important, now you do. And that's just one example among trillions of examples, very many examples of why the blockchain is important. I'm going to go look at my doodads and see if autistic moment. I'll probably just say it on screen like, all right, I decided to have an autistic moment. Here we go. I'll be back to the stream trying to do a little concentrate. What am I logging into? I just want to see if the volume works. Here we go. I'll be back to the stream. I'm fun. Whoa, not that. No. Do the button I'm pressing. Back. Hit the room. What the fuck? Yeah. Oops, sorry. I'm not supposed to. I was specifically not supposed to say the F-bomb. Yeah, 2000.
According to some estimates, we cannot track
$2
trillion in.
I think my audio's like kind of okay today. Like in my head, this is my most important live stream I've ever did. Like maybe not data-wise, because that was the pandemic of policies. And if you want to have some fun and learn exactly what happened in 2019 in the pandemic of policies, I think it's my very first video on my channel. That's my master's thesis. What we had to do an elevator pitch, which is like a 15-minute condensed version of your master's thesis. And so I posted mine on Rumble. So if you're interested in what the heck happened in 2019, what was that? It was totalitarianism. It was, why the Nuremberg Code was written, why we have the Hippocratic Oath, if you must know. But it's my very first video on the channel, and It's very concise. It'll show you exactly what the pandemic of policies was in 2019. Self-promotion. And also buy my book. Okay, that's Michael Saylor. Let's get him out of here. I'll keep that. And man, this is exciting. What do we got? 2 hours. Wow. I might have to step away in about an hour, but people are leaving, so that's fine. I'll step away. People will wake up, get they coffee, and I'll come back. All right. So this is my question. What will York open up at? It won't be York anymore. So this ticker will read MCGA, and this will say Trump Media Group CRO Strategy Incorporated. So what will their opening price per share be? I cannot even understand what it'll be. And actually, did I close that out? Oh, boo to me. I want to throw that. Hey, Bubba. My chickens are up. So they're going to get loud here soon. This might be, I got 3 people watching. I might need to step away for a sec. What can I do? Ooh, I prepared for this. So, okay. I'll slap in a quick video of some of my research. And this is not, I'm live right here, but this is not going to be live coming up, this video. Stop. Pause. Stupid, dumb Windows. All right. So this is not live in that image. So I'm going to step away for a moment. If you leave, fine. I understand. I jumped in this stream too early. I wasn't supposed to start till 8 a.m., but I was just too dang excited. I got to brush my teeth, got to wash my face. My face is itchy and greasy from last night. I gotta get my shit together. So I'm gonna step away about a half hour. Yeah, I'll be back before a half hour, but I'm gonna let this video play. The audio's good, but it also is picking up my 5G from my phone, so you hear a clickety 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 in the background. But this was one of my first live streams or something like that. But RDRP, very important. All the videos that explain RDRP, that really explain it, what it is, repliques on YouTube, scrubbed. All my links, all my work cited, scrubbed from YouTube. So this is one of the last bastions of what exactly repliques is. I call them scissor tanks, bio machines. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I call them scissor tanks. This is great stuff. I can't move my face. So this is super important, but I can't move my face. Cool. Okay. You guys enjoy. I'm going to get my shit together and get less scummy. Hello, everyone. My name is CJ Butcher. This is my inaugural little recording podcast. I'll be doing live streams coming up soon. I've been a researcher of the impact of the pandemic policies, the pandemic of policies that happened in 2019, the policies that happened since 2019 regarding a certain virus. It was the policies that caused the damage worldwide. My research started when I noticed that supply chains are looking kind of shabby. So what we should do is make these supply chains resilient. So I developed an algorithm to take the decision of administration and administrators, take the supply chain decisions out of their hands and put it into an algorithm. and that was great. But then after I developed that, and it's based on the golden ratio, so it's taken from nature, which is amazing. I might have to go into that a little bit. But halfway through that, or 3/4 of the way through that, I realized the policies that we're doing, that we're implementing, and by we, I mean the politicians and forces external to America, what we're doing is collapsing our supply chains, intentionally collapsing our supply chains through policy. And once I realized that, I had to pivot onto the policies. Like, why are we doing these obviously, I want to say, evil policies that harm people? So that makes resiliency not even an option. Like, that's resiliency of supply chains is off the table during any catastrophic event. I call them SOMs, sudden onset events with multiple side events or sub events. SOMs, SOEMS. And so that was my working framework. And that, I believe that would cause resiliency. I still have to test a study. I want to start out with toilet paper in a small factory. Let's just test my theory on toilet paper and use it's trigonometric golden ratio derived equation. It's an algorithm. I believe it'll work. It uses the right triangle and the golden ratio to always be ahead of supply, always be ahead of demand with iterations of supply. So resiliency is off the table because of the policies. So we're collapsing them on purpose, and this is leading to, in the first world, in the West, that's leading to grocery stores, not having enough food, running out of toilet paper. That had to do with hoarding and panic and whatever. So in the first world, since you're locked down in your house watching Netflix, you might not have your favorite cereal. But what these intentional supply chain destructive policies did to the third world was cause tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of deaths. It was frustrating to the first world we couldn't get our cereal on time. In the third world, these same exact policies caused hundreds of millions of elderly and young to starve to death. So, to start off with, in America, in the West, the policies that allowed Hollywood and your local Karens and the left, the woke left, to scream and yell at you to put on your mask. You're a Nazi, put your mask on. Those same people that supported those policies are supporting policies that killed hundreds of millions of people from starvation and disease, not the coronavirus, from starvation and disease in the third world. So, think on that for a little bit. So, about a third of the way through, 3/4 of the way through, I realized that supply chains aren't the answer. Resiliency, no one gives a shit about resiliency anymore. We're trying to destroy the supply chains to cause harm. Okay, so I pivoted to the policies because that's how we're destroying these supply chains. And I got tons on that. California wouldn't let the boats in, so we had barges sitting off the coast with food rotting, and the companies decided it's just better to dump their product into the ocean and return home because it's cheaper than sitting there burning fuel waiting for California to get their shit right. Dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of boats just dumped their product. Food we needed to survive, just dumped it in the ocean. That's a policy. So it's called controlled descent. It's a deceleration. All right. So through these policies, I started figuring out that there's a pattern. And then I wrote a book, and I'll share the link to the book about it. It was my master's thesis, and I developed it into a book. And it's basically a time capsule of the chronological order of the policies during the pandemic of policies in 2019. So, and then I published that book. I graduated, la ti da. So my research kind of fell off, and I guess my motivation to research kind of fell off. Got to pay the bills, and but lately, with the court ruling a couple days ago that what they call the vaccines, which are actually experimental gene therapies, they can no longer be called vaccines. They're now classified as treatments. The Court of Appeals ruled that. So with that, that's showing me that, okay, we got hope coming. People are waking up and ready to realize how bad they've been treated by people that are making decisions intentionally to harm them. Because you can't make this many awful, evil decisions in a row without being intentional. It's just impossible. Impossible to make this many awful decisions in a row. If you flipped a coin, if our politicians flipped a coin on every decision, we would be way better off. We would have vacations, homes, and jet skis. So all of our money wouldn't be going overseas to kill other people. We would be actually wealthy. If we just flipped coins on decisions, we would be doing infinitely better than what we're doing now. Think about that. So, after that court decision and a couple other things are happening, article came out, I think it's Denmark. I don't have that article on me. Found out that these experimental gene therapies are responsible for at least 35 million deaths. Not the virus, not the coronavirus, not the Rona, not the flu. These vaccines, these experimental gene therapies. So that happened a couple days ago too, last week sometime. So that got me thinking, maybe it's time to jump back in dip my toe back in the pool. And I remembered I did this research on replicase, which is RDRP, RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. And it's a creepy little thing that they did in Wuhan, China, at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And so I'll and this is an introduction video. Let me back up to the beginning. Hi, my name is CJ. This is an introduction video to show what I'm bringing to the table, what I am trying to explain and show and inspire people to doubt me. Please doubt me. Do your own research. I want more research. I need help with this research. Point out my flaws. That's science. That's a scientific method. Point my flaws out, and we'll move on we'll try to figure it out together. If I could prove that I actually am right, awesome. If you prove that I actually am wrong, awesome. Let's do this. Let's put the puzzle pieces together. Put the puzzle pieces together. That's a t-shirt right there. All right. So, RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, called replicase. I'll go into a quick definition now. YouTube took most of the videos down that I was planning on using. They just left, the easy ones. But basically what it is when is it a ribosome? Shoot, I should have known this. Is a ribosome transcribe the RNA? the little machine that reads the mRNA, the first, so picture it like a, oh, do we even know cassette tapes anymore? I don't know my audience, but picture it like a cassette tape you roll out, and it's just going down the cassette tape reading it. And but what it's programmed to do is it reads up to the first third, and so it's reading it, and it snips a little chunk, reading it, the second third, reading it, third. So within the first third of the entire mRNA strand, or, you know, like program, it's a program, an algorithm. So it reads up to the first third, and it chops it into 3 sections. So that first third is gone, chopped into 3 sections. I think it's the ribosome or whatever it reads. I'll figure out that word and replace it later, or next time. So now you have the 2/3 of the program of the algorithm, the mRNA algorithm, and then you have these 3 little chunks right here. And these 3 little chunks are floating around. All of a sudden, they start to twist and move in 3D space. Little molecules, 3D space, start to twist and move and gnarl up. And then they start to come together. And all 3 of them come together, lock together in 3D space in your body, in your cell. And they form a biological machine. And that machine has a mission. I call those machines, in this case, for the spike protein replicase mRNA, RDRP, love my acronyms, right? I call those little machines scissor tanks. Little scissor tanks. Razor sharp, 1 molecule thick razors. 1 molecule in thickness, sharper than any razor. And they have 1 mission: seek out your DNA and snip it and eradicate it at certain spots. That's these scissor tanks missions. So that's happening. The first third of the algorithm of the mRNA data stream, chain, is cut off. So now you have 2/3 left. So then the ribosome or whatever is reading it comes back up, and now it reads the rest. And that's when it starts its proliferation, its replication. But the first third is what I'm focusing on, when it makes these little bastards, these little 3-dimensional bio machines I'm calling scissor tanks. And their mission is to seek out, and you have trillions of them in you. Trillions upon trillions upon trillions. Picture every cell of your body has 1, and it's in there snipping your DNA. And the most evil thing about it is their favorite thing to do is to go to the fatty portions, which is your gonads, which is your brain, which is your bone marrow. That's their specialty. That's where they live the best. And they're just snipping your DNA away. This is when YouTube took my video down, called it medical misinformation. And they also took my Works Cited page, where the doctors were talking about this in the YouTube videos. They took those YouTube videos down as well. And any doctor or a person or specialist or expert who would talk about this was kicked off YouTube. Kerry Mullins, the inventor of the PCR test, said, do not use the PCR test for, I'm jumping around here, I understand. Do not use the PCR test for mRNA. It's not what it's meant for. It's not what this test is designed for. He said that in, I think, 2017, 2018, dead by 2019. So this information is very dangerous to talk about. So that's what I'm doing. This is an overview. So we have, and so what we did in our response we did the spike protein from this vaccine or from this virus from the COVID virus is the dangerous part. That's the killer. That's the thing that causes the inflammation, that causes the immune deficiencies, that cause everything. It's the spike protein. So what we did is develop a vaccine that makes the spike protein in your body. This is so retarded that I can't even think straight when I talk about it, but I'm going to try my best. So, the spike protein is the problem. So we're going to introduce the spike protein to everybody worldwide, and you're going to shed it and spread it everywhere. And since it has this gain of function molecule, or a gain of function entity, has enhanced shield, a lipid nanoparticle, a lipid envelope around it, which is a protective shield. It could live on surfaces for days. It's protected. It is ready to invade. So every surface is covered with this spike protein. And you're shedding it everywhere. Talking, sneezing. It's in every bodily fluid. And it loves gonads. It loves to cause cancer and illness in gonads. That's its vacation. That's what it likes to do. So here we are. So that's what the spike protein is. And that's what the vaccines are. They introduce spike protein into your body. And think of mRNA like a thumb drive. So this is mRNA. It's a thumb drive. Can't do nothing on its own. It's just sitting there in its lipid envelope. There's a little fat bubble. It's sitting inside a fat bubble. Can't do nothing. Just floating around, sitting on surfaces for days and days and days. But once you plug this thumb drive into a computer, and in this case, the computer is the ACE2 receptor in the human lung. Once you plug this thumb drive into the computer, it could wipe down everything. It could take down everything. It could take down your entire computer, delete everything, make your computer blow up, turn your lights off, everything. But as long as it's just floating around, it can't do anything. It uses the computer's the machinery of the computer to cause the computer harm. The coronavirus uses the host's, your own machinery, your not sexual reproduction, but how your, not mitosis, your mitosis against itself. Instead of producing healthy cells, whatever this thing is causes your body to produce more of it. It hijacks your production machinery. It's an invasion. It tells your body to produce more of the spike protein. And it goes in every single cell. It goes past the blood-brain barrier. This shit is scary. And it's everywhere. And you didn't have to take the vaccine to get it. The vaccine was not a choice. There was no choice. The spike protein is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Unless you don't breathe. Unless you don't have any holes or orifices. It's everywhere. So that was our plan. The spike protein in this vaccine or whatever it is killing people. We're going to inject people with the spike protein. But this is a preprint, but that was pre-printed a couple years ago. So They're like, no, 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 no. The scientist, super Dr. Smart guy, he's like, no, 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 expert cool person. It's like, no, no. The spike protein in the vaccine is completely different than the spike protein in the virus. Completely. It's the exact same one, exact same spike protein, except they put a disulfide bond to prevent conformational changes during pre to post fusion transition. They put a salt bridge. It's a couple amino acids. I'm calling it a salt handcuff, amino acid handcuffs. So what this pre to post transition that they're trying to avoid is, picture a starship, a spaceship, and it's trying to dock, with the space station. So what it does when it's coming up to the space station, it twists and elongates. Okay. I'm sorry. This is super important. We'll come back to that. We're in. Oh, this is Magoo units. Okay, it's still York. Okay. NASDAQ York. Okay, that's not happening yet. Yorkville Acquisition Corp is in pre-market, and it's up 6 cents. Babe, shut up. I don't want Magoo. I don't want the units. I want the Yorkville. Okay. Oh, so this won't reflect it yet because the market's closed. This doesn't do pre-market. But it's at 1088 now. It jumped up 6 cents. Oh, shit. Now it says, for reoccurring investments, automatically invest in MCGA on a schedule that works for you. It's already MCGA right now. It is MCGA right now. It's just not live. No new announcements. Things are starting to happen. We're not even in pre-market. What does it start at 7:30? I thought maybe it started at 8 pre-market. I guess I don't know that. But it jumped 8 cents. And maybe it's just going to open at $10. It's going to open at $10, I guess. 1088. Now it says when I had this, too many things. Where'd it go? I closed it. That's dumb of me. Whatever. So it says the pending, has a little warning on top. It says the pending corporate action, MCGA, is unavailable to trade. So it is MCGA. Lordy, here we are. MCGA is not live, but it exists now. It was Yorkville. Now it exists as MCGA. This is something. And I'm in a bunch of meme coins, Doge, Pepe, Shiba Inu. I'm in all those coins just to take a little profit, because when people hear this news, which I think it's going to be, worldwide, this is what they're going to be talking about today. That's my guess. I mean, I don't know, but people are going to hear crypto and not know anything about it and just throw money at everything and see what happens. So I invested a little bit in everything. I'm going to take that profit and dump it into CRO. Not financial advice, just my opinion and my strategy. And I'm new at this, so let's go. Let's see. York. So this is all still called York. CRO I gotta see what CRO's doing. I'll come back to that. CRO's still low. Well, that is crazy. MCGA exists and it is a thing now. A multi-billion-dollar treasury to stack CRO and put it on the blockchain to get rewards, which is basically interest. And that had zero effect on the CRO market. Interesting. York W, York, 1082. Okay, so this is posting all of this stuff, which is not, oh, MCGA. Yeah. I thought they would change the York acquisition to Trump Media Group CRO strategy. Maybe they will still at opening bell, but maybe it'll just stay York Acquisition Corp and is trading under this. I thought they'd restructure and name the whole thing just to be cool, because this is freaking cool. Okay. And sorry to interrupt that video. Maybe you guys hate it, but that information is super important. And I was watching it on YouTube as I was letting my chickens out. It's I thought YouTube would take the video down. They didn't take it down this time. That information is what you are missing in the pandemic of policies in 2019. That's the critical information that was scrubbed from the internet. The videos were taken down. The doctors were kicked off, attacked, everything. Lawfare, debanked, canceled, every single thing because of this information. And it's hard to find now. All my sources are gone. They're just scrubbed off the internet. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So, good video. So, holy shit. 25, that's low. Which, okay, maybe that's how things are going to go today. They're not going to make sense until something like this happens, because the SEC will not do its job. It's proved that over the last 4 years. It proved since its initiation, since 1913, since the Federal Reserve came in, the Federal Reserve note is a debt unit. It's chains around your legs. It's bars in your head. It's prison bars for your mind. It is a debt unit. It is not currency. It identifies as currency. It is not. It's a debt unit. This is the only way to stop it. The best way. Maybe there's other ways, but this is the best way. We need to identify and nuke off the planet, metaphorically, the naked short sellers and the market manipulators, bad faith actors in the market. And this is this is a way that can happen, and it'd be cool if they did that. I want to refresh this, see if people is liking. Ooh, a couple people liked it. But any more comments? No more comments. I need the comments, guys. CJ Butcher Ipsy on X. Jump in there, find this post. I just opened my account like 2 days ago, so there's not too many posts. And get busy at it. What do you think? This is crazy times. This is a digital revolution of currency. Some of us are actually moving towards real currency that's pegged to something that's real, that has actual intrinsic value. I think everyone will be moving towards this soon. The days of fiat money that is absolutely worthless and that identifies as currency, those days are over. This is day one. T-minus 1.5 hours till a nail in the coffin for fiat currency. But yeah, folks, kind of give me some comments. I really need it. I miss these numbers because I'm on Rumble now mostly because we're refugees over here. If you speak the truth, keep one foot in the stirrup. But these numbers are big. And I'm really excited about that. Let's see what we do. Go home. Just checking things out right now. See if there's anything. Ooh, what is this? Begins today. Now people are talking. Okay, warning everybody. This $ MGA is a coin, is a crypto coin. They're trying to get people away from this Trump media group CRO strategy. MCGA is not part of Trump's deal, is not part of crypto.com. This MCGA coin. Be careful if you're investing. Not financial advice, whatever. Be very careful. There are many many scammers out there. Kronos is the cryptocurrency that we are looking at. Kronos, CRO. That's what we are looking at. And there's a lot of scam and predators out there right now, especially right now. So be very careful. And this, $MCGA is a big channel on X. I found out. I didn't even hear about this coin until I opened my account on X. So I was trying to really fast figure out what it is and if it's a part of it. I'm staying away from it, not financial advice. I'm just staying clear of that. It's not part of the deal. In my research, from what I understand, it's not part of the business strategy or the strategic partnership or the business combination, as far as I understand. Okie dokie. So that probably won't change till a little after 9:30. Same here. That'll probably stay the same. That's going to go to MCGA. Oh, here it is. So this now, it says York here. Actually, I got to take a picture of it for posterity. Oh, the ticker is MCGA now. Oh, you suck. So now it says MCGA. And it went up 6 cents in pre-market, which is not a lot at all. So it's going to, 78. Yeah, it was 82. That's gone. So it says MCGA as the ticker now. So it's going to open at $10, it sounds like. Which to me doesn't make sense because, like I was explaining earlier, there's like a rough estimate, no pen or pencil to paper, just guessing, 700 times the assets, a 100 million or so versus a couple billion. So, that's 10 times, whatever. More, no, that's 100 times, right? 100 million. Oh, that's 10 million. Yeah, okay, 10 times. So maybe 100 times the assets, whatever. But then it's like 700 times. It's a lot of times the assets. And it's still going to open up at $10. That's blowing my mind right there. MCGA, but it's still called Yorkville Acquisition Corp. I want them to change that to Trump Media Group CRO strategy because Yorkville Acquisition there's a bunch of entities in it. There's at least 3 entities, 2 entities, maybe 3, named in the strategic partnership paper, like Yorkville Acquisition Corp or York Support LLC. That's another part of this. And I don't know. It'd be a lot cooler if they name it Trump Media Group CRO Strategy, MCGA. But who cares about that right now? We're looking. MCGA is official ticker on record. We have 6.42. But see, here's the thing that threw me. 6.42, this right here. This is what the meme coin, the MCGA meme coin is going off of. So this entire post on September 5th, this entire newsletter is about Yorkville changing to MCGA to hold the CRO from the business strategy and from the strategic partnership and the business combination here, and going to be called MCGA. And it's all about that, except for this line that says $MCGA. But what I'm thinking is when you say $MCGA, that means stock, because we use $DJT. I think that means the stock DJT. But what they did on X is take this to mean a meme coin. I'll actually show you. And that's scary. I think it's going to mislead a lot of people. So it's at 212. So it's this. Ran by at 212 something. I don't know, whatever. But you go to this, and then you go to this. And you could buy this meme coin that's MCGA. And I think a lot of people are going to do that, which has nothing to do with the business strategy, with the strategic partnership and the business combination. As far as I know, it has nothing to do with it, except for this one line. And this one line has nothing to do with this entire paper. This entire post has to do with the company, Yorkville Acquisition Corp., the SPAC, becoming MCGA. This whole paper has to do with the stock market, basically, except for this one line, which they've twisted to meaning this meme coin. And I didn't have enough time to research it fully, so I'm just staying the heck away from it. Not financial advice, you do you, but I'm staying away from this because this line, if it reads as they say it does, which they're saying it's this meme coin is to transfer to this. If that's what they're saying, then this one line has nothing to do with the title, has nothing to do with this whole paper. They just put this one line in here with no explanation of a totally different topic of a meme coin that they never talk about or mention, and just put one line in there to be completely confusing with no explanation. That's what these people are saying. Just that one line that's completely different from the rest, from the paper that's talking about something completely something else. But then you just throw this one line in there that's completely confusing with no explanation. They're saying, yeah, it means this. So I don't understand it, so I'm staying the hell away from it. But you do you. So, and they're posting like they're posting like the meme coin is the Yorkville stock, which to me is misleading, and it's going to lead a lot of people into buying that meme coin, and they're going to dump it most likely, and people are going to lose a lot of money because they went in on the wrong thing and were, I think, intentionally misled, but I don't know. That's just my opinion. I can't prove that, of course. So now they're saying $MCGA will go live, but $sign leads you to this kind of stuff which is the meme coin, which is hopefully closed it, which is this, which is not the strategic partnership, which is not the business combination, which is not crypto.coms, which is not Yorkville, which is not TMTG, which is not Trump Media Group, CRO Strategy Incorporated. This is not that. So be careful. I'm going to close that out. That's not financial advice, but that's just what I'm saying. Be careful today. There are predators out there. Oh, we're here. It says MCGA. Where are we at? Hour and a half. This is important. All right, I think I'm going to throw that video back up and go check on my chickens. I didn't eat anything yet. Oh, yeah, I want to leave at this. How do I find my post? How do you YouTube? Ooh. All right, there's live. So yeah, I created my my account, I think 2 days ago or whatever, maybe yesterday, and specifically for posting this CRO stuff. And what am I doing? Oh, my post. I guess I did post a lot. Ooh, yay. All right, click. Any new comments? I need, new comment. CRO, see MCGA, and that's going to take you back to where we just warned about. So it's looping. Everyone's getting trafficked to the meme coin, which is not CRO and the business and the strategic partnership and anything related to Trump. As far as I understand, there's just this stupid line right here that's confusing me. But I think $MCGA means stock MCGA, because that's what we use for $MGT when I'm trying to talk to family about DJT and True Social. I say $MGT or DJT. So very confusing on their part to do that. CRO's there. Yorkville MCGA. I can't believe it's just going to open at $10 where it left off. That can't be true, right? 1086. So now it went up 1086. So now it went down 2 cents. So it's up 4 cents from where it closed right there. It's up to 1086 right now, leveling off in pre-market. Ticker is MCGA. Oh, let's see who Kevin McGurn is still the CEO. So he's still in charge right now. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to throw I just had to jump in and stop that video for this. Basically nothing happened, but go. One more to here. 5 days ago. Come on. 5 days ago. So this is what I wanted, to be here before things started happening, and success. But now I'm bored because things are not happening. So this doesn't say York anymore on this announcement. It says MCGA now. And it's up to 1082, 1086. So things are happening. Doge is up. Pepe is up. Link is up. Bitcoin is up a little. Shiba Inu is up. Ethereum is up. We're in a bull market. Something is happening, except Kronos is not up. Isn't that weird? Everything is up except for the big, giant, first in the galaxy, in the universe news. This is the biggest thing to happen to crypto, and it's not up. That's weird, right? So, I mean, I'm not a doomer, but is that a forecast about what's coming? Are we going to be market manipulated? Checking my crow rewards for my stakes on the market. My stake in my crow, you get crow rewards, and that's super cool. So until this or something like this happens, I'm gonna say it. Things are gonna be fucky. We're gonna live this over and over and over again. Every time we rally, they'll shut the market down and freeze the stock so that you could only sell. Price will go down. They'll open the market back up. Less people will be there, but they'll try to rally again. They'll freeze the market, freeze the stock, force it down again until we fix the SEC, because the SEC is captured. Evil, retarded, captured. We need to do this on our own, because all the institutions designed to protect us are now parasites harming us. Defund the SEC, defund the Fed, defund the CCP, defund every parasite in the government. Reduce government by 80%. Let's go. Small government is good government. So until something like this happens that we cannot rely on our institutions for because they're captured, things are going to be fucky. So we need to identify and nuke off the planet every short seller, every market manipulator with that the SEC won't lift a finger to help us. So this could do it. Doing a dividend, you could only receive a dividend if you actually have shares. Naked short sellers are making bets on shorting on shares they don't own, and they only have to buy them if it goes up. So if they keep forcing it down, they never have to buy shares. It's illegal, but it's happening. It's happened to DJT for 4 years. Yeah. So we need to figure out a way to identify them. Giving a dividend only to shareholders can do that. That'll eliminate short sellers, which will allow the DJT stock to go where it should be, over $100 instantly. That's where it should have been. So I want that. And with the technology, with the blockchain, with identification and all that, this could happen and be done and fulfilled by 9:31 a.m. We could have our dividends, our DJT stockholders could have our dividends, and naked short sellers can be identified by 9:31 a.m. Is possible. Is it going to happen? I don't know, but something needs to happen. And if this happens, it could happen by 9:31 a.m. Done. Naked sellers, nuked to oblivion, go back to retarded hell where you belong. Could happen. So, what is this? Access your post analysis. Ooh, I want to. Not now. 21,000. That's pretty cool to me. I mean, I'm not used to these numbers because I'm on Rumble where like 500 views is exceptional to me. Like my videos are going like so popular, in reference to my other videos, that I'm finally getting trolls. Like I've had 2 trolls this week, and the first one I was kind of nice to for a while, like, oh, you're my first troll. That means, I got enough traction to actually get some haters. And then he was being a big butthead, so I just blocked him. And another one was being an absolute turd, so I blocked him. But yeah, if you're a troll, you get blocked. See ya. But the first one was kind of fun. Like it was exciting. I was honored. Like I finally get a troll. Like you hear all the other podcasters that are pretty big, oh, we got trolls in the chat, blah, blah, blah. And they get mad and all that sometimes. I was like, man, I wish I could get trolls. You know, I'm not popular enough to get a troll. I finally got one, man. I blocked his ass. Suck it, Buster. Y'all is janky. So that's exciting to me. But yeah, so I'm not used to these numbers. These are big, big numbers to me. I mean, they're small on X, I get it. But to me, they're huge. They're orders of magnitude more than I'm used to. Who wrote this? Somebody wrote in this? No quotes yet. But people said word. Oh, that's this. Okay. So you said CRO, crypto.com. All right. I'm gonna throw this video back up. Buy me a little time. Go check on my chickens because I let them out a little too early, and if they do that, they start sometimes running to the front lawn. Then I just catch them standing on the edge of the street, and that makes me nervous. So I'm gonna go check on them, and yeah, if I get 2 likes, like 2, maybe even 10 likes, 20 likes is the biggest I've ever got. But if I get like 2 or 3 likes, that's massive for me on Rumble. So to get 19, like if I get 1 or 2 of these, that's viral for me on Rumble. So this is just insane. I'm excited. I'm excited today. What the heck? Let's go. Chronos dipping. Every cryptocurrency, every shitcoin, every altcoin, even Bitcoin, Ethereum is all up today so far. But the one that's going to have the biggest news, that's going to have billions injected into it, is down. Makes sense? Nope. That's why we need this. Nuke the market manipulators, the naked shorters, straight to hell. And okay, with that, I'm going to throw this back in, rewind it. That's Tad. And I know this is going to be boring for you guys, but I got stuff to do. I wasn't supposed to start the stream, 2 hours ago, but I did because I'm too excited because I woke up at 3 a.m. and could not get back to sleep because of this. I'm excited today. But this is the video. If you're brand new, this is what my master's thesis was on. It's the pandemic of policies in 2019. This is what it was all about. And this is what the science, you're supposed to trust the science like a religion. It's called scientism. This is what actually happened and is happening in your body right now. In a salt handcuff, amino acid handcuffs. So what this pre to post transition that they're trying to avoid is, picture a starship, a spaceship, and it's trying to dock, with the space station. So what it does when it's coming up to the space station, it twists and elongates, and that's what locks it into the dock. Now it's docked. That's what this spike protein does. It twists and elongates. That's the post-fusion transition, I call it transition orientation. So these salt handcuffs won't let it twist and elongate. That's these smarty pants' brilliant idea. So salt could never dissolve in a fluid, in a liquid, in a solution, right? This is Jurassic Park all over again. There's no way they could reproduce. We put a salt bridge in there so it can't do it. So it's not even possible. These people are evil idiots. So that's where we're at. So it's the exact same spike protein, gain of function bioweapon spike protein, except this one has a little bit of handcuffs on it. So it can't even dock with you. It won't cause any problems. Here's a little fun I'm going to have down the road. I think there's a catalyst, something that they hit the button and it evaporates that salt bridge. The handcuffs break. I want to look into, this is just wild theory, not even a theory, wild hypothesis. I want to look into if certain frequencies can vaporize this salt bridge, these handcuffs, these amino acid handcuffs. If microwaves, for instance, a certain burst frequency of microwaves could dissolve this. And for everybody that, has a microwave in their house, that's not what I'm talking about. Do you know what another name for microwaves is now? They changed the name because everyone knows what microwaves is. But do you know what millimeter waves are? They're microwaves. Do you know what operates on millimeter waves? 5G. So this is way down the road or for fun, and I might not even do it because I'm trying to be science-based here, but this is just for funsies, maybe on a different channel. I'm a hypothesis that microwaves could dissolve this salt bridges. Let's just say, if something can dissolve these salt bridges, then you have the exact spike protein of the virus, this exact dangerous killer thumb drive in your body by the trillions. You are invaded. So that's what we did. We injected as many people as we could across the world, millions and millions of people, we injected with a super safe spike protein that's exactly the same as the super dangerous spike protein, except it has handcuffs. That's awesome, right? I bet you a lot of people didn't know that. So, we're talking about RDRP. It's one of the most versatile enzymes, RNA viruses, that is, here's RDRP is indispensable for replicating the genome as well for carrying out transcription. Indispensable. Without RDRP, the mRNA function, the virus, whatever you want to call it, cannot replicate. Cannot replicate. So you would have, without RDRP, you have one virus gets in you. It starts multiplying. Now you have trillions of these molecules. If you knock out RDRP, you just have one. Your body, done. So instead of knocking out this virus ability to replicate, we injected you with more of the killer thing. We just put handcuffs on it. So instead of RDRP replicase is indispensable for replicating the genome. Indispensable. Without it, there is no virus. There is no problem if you knock out RDRP. And we didn't do that. But you know what's fun? Do you know what's real fun? Do you know what stops RDRP? Zinc. Z-I-N-C. Zinc. Intracellular zinc. Do you know what lets more zinc into the body, into the cell? It's called a zinc ionophore. A zinc ionophore. You have gates in your cells. What's the secret password? Nope, wrong password. Hydroxychloroquine has the right password. And when hydroxychloroquine shows up, the zinc gate opens up. Zinc pours into the cell, destroys RDRP. Cannot replicate. You don't get sick. So if you take hydroxychloroquine, zinc, and vitamin D, you stop replicase. If you take the vaccine, you pump a ton of spike protein into your body. And you shed on every single person. It goes into breast milk. That means any woman whose kids didn't miscarriage from the vaccine and they went to full birth, if they're breastfeeding, they're giving their kids the vaccine, the spike protein. The one with handcuffs, of course. But now that kid has that for life in their brain, in their bone marrow, in their gonads. But if you take hydroxychloroquine, and this is not medical advice, this is not medical advice, I'm not a doctor, this is not medical advice, this is following the facts. Your cells have things called gates. There's other things called ionophores. Hydroxychloroquine is a zinc ionophore, which means it lets more zinc into the cell. If you let zinc into the cell, it stops mRNA replication. The main problem with mRNA vaccines or viruses, which are the same thing. The vaccine and the virus is the same thing, except the vaccine is way, way deadlier. The only thing that could stop them, or the reason they're so deadly, is because of their rate of replication. And how they replicate is RDRP. And if HCQ and zinc stop RDRP, you don't have replication. You don't have viral spread. Super easy. But I'm going to go into this a lot. This is still just 30,000 foot high view. I mean, I got 20 pages here. I got, tons of information to go through. So yeah, the disulfide bonds, I call it salt handcuffs. Salt handcuffs is what these smarty butts came up with. Okay, so that's basically what I'm going to go through. But these experimental gene therapies are so bad, so evilly designed to harm people, that you could find, and each batch is different. They're not ubiquitous. Some are nothing, saline solution. Some are kill everybody in the batch. So there's websites, howbad.info. If you still have your little communist vaccine card, or I get Chinese. Well, yeah, they're communists. So you can look up which batch you had and find out how many people died in your batch, reported in VAERS. So that's a cool tool. That's a necessary tool because of how deadly these vaccines were. They're so damn deadly. The deadliest thing in the history of the world. More deadly than meteorite impacts. All right, so we'll cover that a little bit more. Ooh, down the road, I'll go on some rants. The People's Liberation Army, on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party, with help from EcoHelp Alliance, led by Dr. Peter Daszak, and the NIAID, led by Dr. Anthony Fauci, funded, developed, and released a gain-of-function bioweapon virus in Wuhan, China.
Whoop, whoop.
That's part of my book called...
Wow. I'm going to close that out. I forgot, I was into that shit. That was my master's thesis. I dove into that. I released probably 40% of what I researched. I'm still working on it. I mean, I got a series. It's a paper I wrote in my graduate studies that I turned into a 4 or 5 part video. It's on my Rumble. If you guys like that, check out my earlier videos. I went to playing video games for a while because my brain was fried after graduation. But my first videos, go back to my oldest videos. My very first one is, I think, the best one. But I did a series on hidden reservoirs. And that's reservoir is a medical term. And it's so good. It's all about the PCR tests and all that. Dr. Kerry Mullis, who created the PCR test, who died in 2019, a little bit after he said, do not use the PCR test for mRNA. It's not designed for that. It cannot do that correctly. Then he died in 2019. He hated Anthony Fauci. He talked so much shit about him. Look, those videos I think are still on YouTube. Look that up. But this is totally not the topic I'm talking about. I just played that to buy me some time while I ate a sandwich and checked on my chickens. So it's going to get bright. Screen's going to get bright. But this is my book, totally off topic, shameless plug. It would help me out a bunch. Buy it. It's super thin. It's like 60 pages, but it's my master's thesis, very much condensed. I had to release a second book with all the information that didn't make it into there. Great information, didn't make it into there. And that second book is like 3 times as thick. But this is just super condensed. Each page you could research and expand for a week. There's graphs in there, really great graphs from Johns Hopkins. I was talking to a lady there, and her graphs are outstanding, like crazy good. But yeah, that's my book, available if you would like it. It would support me. I'll be able to get a better camera, more than a $10 camera. That would be amazing. More than like a $15 microphone, more than basic internets. So every little bit helps. I've been posting videos lately and they've been complaining about how shitty mine look. I'm like, you could buy me a camera. If you want me to have a better video, buy me a camera. Let's do this. But then I blocked them because you block trolls, man. That's what you do. So you want to be a troll? That's fine. That's your life choice. Oh, hey, John. John R. This is my... you are my first chat. I've never had a chat before. You are my first, buddy. Welcome. Look at that. Oh, John R. That's so cool. Thanks, John. I'm getting a bunch of firsts. I got my first troll a couple days ago. Now I got my first chat on YouTube nonetheless. I thought this video would be taken down since I started talking about RDRP repliques. Can't do that on YouTube. Welcome, John. Thanks for sticking around. I know the video quality's bad. I know the audio quality's probably bad, but thanks for tuning in, man. This is the only reason I'm posting and live streaming is this is super important to me. This is I think this is ground life change. I got I went autistic. I got the trucks coming, the garbage trucks coming. I'm like, are my chickens in back? I hope they didn't run out front. But I think this is groundbreaking, financial, earth-shaking news today. And I want to be here for it. Ticker's not updated here. CRO. John, love you, buddy. So cool. Like, I've never chatted with anybody in the chat before. This is, I'm just having so much fun. I already won today. Even if nothing happens at 9:30 and the markets just stay normal, I already won today, man. Thanks, John. So, nobody talked to, I'm not going to go into Yali Pin right now. What am I trying to do? Right now, I'm trying to notice changes. Only by CRO since 6 billion. Yup. He's okay. He's did his research. But so John, check this out. I did another video. I got some speculation. So we all know, not we all know, but it was published that there was I thought I closed it. 6.42 billion for CRO digital assets, and everyone's like, yeah, that's all. Hold on though. However, not there. Gimme. Okay. 5 billion of that, and I think this is what John was talking about. 5 billion is a line, equity line of credit from Yali Pin, which I've been talking about Yali Pin for the past couple weeks. And so that 5 billion isn't available until 9:30 this morning. So that's what he's saying, the 6 billion. But I want to push back a little and say 5 billion because this other 1 billion, which is right here, that's going to be about 20%. That most likely it's not spent yet, which would be the 6 billion John's talking about. I'm speculating and claiming with hardly any evidence that 1 billion is already spent, that the 20% is already bought, and that's going to be 6 billion CRO, which, if I'm right, that would have boosted the market, that would have blah, 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 which we didn't see. But that 1 billion can't go into the Treasury Trump Media Group because that doesn't exist yet until 9:30 a.m. So here's what I'm saying. Somebody's holding it. Yali Penn or Yorkville themselves are holding it. And then it'll be acquired. Where did I was using, it'll be acquired at 9:30 a.m. Boom. Cut. Here's my reasoning. So the 5 billion, I'm with you there. That's not accessible, the line of credit, until 9:30 a.m. When markets open and MCGA goes live. It's 5 billion off the table at this moment. There's 1 billion through and that 5 billion is part of the business combination. The business combination is the big umbrella, the 5 billion. The underneath that umbrella, underneath it is the strategic partnership, which is crypto.com, TMTG, to get Chronos onto Truth Social as a currency, a reward currency and everything. Awesome. So that the strategic partnership this 1 billion is part of that, which is already signed. The strategic partnership is done. The business combination, not done yet until 9:30 a.m. That's when that's finalized. The business combination is finalized at 9:30 a.m. this morning. 1 hour. That's when the 5 billion comes into play. This 1 billion is already into play. And I know this is a long-winded explanation. I'm just trying to make sure I'm working it out in my head right. And I don't know this. This is just, I know some of this stuff. And so right now, let me do the disclaimer. I'm going to be speculating real soon. Right now, I'm speculating, going to make some shit up. Just my thought process. So right now, I'm doing facts that's going to lead me to this speculation I'm going to talk about in a second. Right now, actually. So this 1 billion is already active, part of the business strategy, or part of the strategic partnership. I'm claiming with no evidence that they already bought the 6 billion CRO at the same price they bought the 100,000 CRO, which boop, bop, beep, boop, bop, beep, bop, beep. Where was it? Oh, it's the SEC right here. Sorry, it got bright. Didn't warn you. All right. So they bought the 684 at 15.3% or 15.3 cents. Now, you do the math on that, you're coming out with 107 million, 107 million. So that's the 100 million that everyone's talking about purchase CRO. That gives you 684 million CRO. already bought, already staked on the blockchain, already earning rewards. And that's 2%. Now, in addition to approximately 20% of the CRO circulating supply to be acquired by Trump Media Group CRO technology. So to be acquired by Trump Media Group CRO strategy, they can't acquire that 20%, which is roughly $1 billion, roughly 6 billion CRO. The strategy group incorporated cannot acquire that yet because they don't exist. They officially don't exist till 9:30 a.m. So they can't acquire it. And nowhere does it say that it's not already acquired, the 20%. It's just saying, and this is just me playing lingo, just having fun, speculating. It says that this specific entity, the Trump Media Group CRO strategy, which is the Treasury, can't acquire it or will acquire it, but it can't do that until 9:30 a.m. when it goes live. It's not saying that 20% isn't already acquired. So I'm running with that, the imaginary extreme, and saying that 1 billion is already spent and that 6 billion CRO is already purchased at the same price, at 15.3 cents. And if all that wild speculation is true, currently that 1 billion is worth 1,685,000,000, give or take. So if they bought the 100 million at the same time as they bought this 1 billion, and this 1 billion is just being stored in Yorkville or stored in Yaliping or anywhere stored, cold wallet, whatever, who gives a shit? That means they already made 685 million for the Treasury. I like that. Could happen, could be true. There's nothing pointing that it is true. I'm just playing a little, it's going to get bright again, playing a little English tennis with that MCGA will get this 20%, and they can't get it yet because they don't exist. But it doesn't say it'll be purchased at that time. It says it will be acquired at that time. And if Yorkville's holding it and Yorkville becomes MCGA at 9:30, that would mean MCGA acquires it as they become Yorkville, or Yorkville becomes MCGA. MCGA acquires that 1 billion. That's English to me. I could argue that in court. Don't know, not financial advice, have no idea. I'm just having fun till 9:30. Let's go. Until there's chronos, there's stock, there's cash, and give me that 9.9. Yaliping. Let's go a little bit into them again. Because there's zero videos online anywhere. I've been looking for 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, about Yaliping. All the crypto bros I talk to, all the financial people, gurus online I talk to, they think I'm spam when I'm asking about Yaliping. It's a hedge fund managed by Yorkville. Yorkville manages Yaliping, and it's a hedge fund. So Yaliping is the source of the 5 million. So a line of equity line of credit from an affiliate of Yorkville, Yaliping. So Yaliping's giving the 5 billion line of credit at 9:30 a.m. this morning, $5 billion. Here you go, have fun. On top of that, Yaliping has entered into an agreement. This is the business combination, the big umbrella, which the strategic partnership is a part of. I know I'm repetitive. I'm just, like I mentioned, I'm repetitive, just saying it over and over so it gets locked into my brain, so I could just spit it out like that. Long-term memory. So Yaliping, on top of the 5 billion line of credit at 9:30 a.m., has entered into a backstop agreement to purchase Class A shares of Yorkville, which, as of right now, come on, baby, too many tabs, are MCGA. It's not live, but right now it's MCGA. Yali Penn entered into an agreement to buy up to 9.9% of that stock as a backstop. If things start going squirrely, Yali Penn's in there to get the $5 billion. On top of that, they're in there to buttress, to make sure this deal doesn't go sideways. No expiration date, no time limit, no nothing. If something happens, Yali Penn, the hedge fund, steps back in and punches the naked shorts in the face. Bada boom, bada bing. Up to 9.9% of the shares. Huge. Which I could look into, like, how many they have right now, how many shares available, blah, blah, blah. And that would give you exactly the amount of money 9.9% shares would be, blah, blah, blah. But the influx of liquidity is outrageous. So I say this is already purchased at 15.3. So, like, just think about it from a business standpoint, an investor standpoint. Let's use smaller numbers and let's say we want to buy some Dogecoin. So we buy $1 of Dogecoin when it's low, and then it spikes up, and we're like, ooh, now we buy $100 when it's high. That doesn't make sense, right? So would Trump, the art of the deal, the best businessman that ever existed, he'd buy $100 million when it's low and wait for it to go way up in price and then buy $1 billion of it? That doesn't make sense to me. That's opposite of what you're supposed to do. That's opposite of money. I say they bought them at the same time. They announced the $105 million, holding this one until MCGA goes live. If that's true, which is just speculation, they already made $685 million bucks. A clean $685 million on top of the $100 million they put in. They made, I think, $80 million off that. So they're like $750 million in the red before they go live. That's good business, my friends. So I'm looking on news for that, and I could be totally wrong. You know, maybe they're just gonna waste all their profits and buy it when it's $1 so they could get, you know, a couple billion less CRO. I can't even finish that. They wouldn't do that. They'd already have it when it's at a low price. So I think they're already making hundreds and hundreds of millions off that on the blockchain. My guess. If I'm trying to think like Trump, that's what I would do. All right. So where are we at? Less than an hour, 45 minutes. Oh my God, it's getting real. Hey, if you're on X, I just opened up a new account yesterday or the day before. But go CJ Butcher Ipsy, YPSI Ipsy, and go into this post. I haven't posted too many things, maybe like 20 posts. And go in here, leave a comment. What do you think will happen Monday morning at 9:30 when Yorkville changes its NASDAQ ticker to MCGA, which it already has. Oh, it's already happened. What do you think will happen at 9:30? I'm freaking out a little, like freaking out in a good way, where so MCGA, which is Yorkville, is already moving. Now it's at 1080. It was up to 1088. So it's fluctuating in the pre-market. And but that's my biggest question. That's the thing I just cannot understand. If Yorkville Acquisition Group opened up at 11 as a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition company, and it closed on Friday, this is its final closing before it turns into MCGA, and it's at 1080, and MCGA, which is the treasury and the business combination, is injecting billions into this, and it's still trading at 1080 right now in pre-market. That doesn't make sense. So my guess, which I'm an amateur at this, fellas and ladies, not financial advice. I'm just speculating for my own fun, for my own understanding, trying to understand it myself, what the heck is going on, because there's no other YouTube videos. There's no other Rumble videos. No one's looking into it this way. They're looking to see if CRO goes up and down. They're not looking into this. Nobody's talking about Yallingpin. Nobody's talking about Yorkville. So I had to make my own video and figure this shit out myself. So you're kind of stuck with me for now until everybody else jumps on the bandwagon and starts talking about it. Lucky you. So I have to believe that MCGA will not open at $10.80. It will not, I wish I could point to the thing and you see me. It will not pick up where Yorkville left off Friday. Like 1082, okay, 1084, 1090. I mean, there's something like several hundred. I've been using the number 700 times the liquidity, which is just a very, very rough estimate. I didn't even do the calculations. I just threw that number out there. I'm comfortable with it. Might not be based in reality at all. Just infinity more dollars injected, infinity more currency injected into Yorkville is what MCGA is. So I just cannot see it continuing where Yorkville, I cannot see MCGA just opening up at 930 where Yorkville left off at 1082. I asked, all the AIs, what will MCGA's opening price per share be? Nobody knows. Nobody could tell. No references. Nobody's talking about it. Maybe it's insider, secret stuff, secret sauce. So we're not allowed to know about it. But I mean, you could look at the evaluation and the money and figure it out probably. I don't have any financial bros or bras to help me figure it out. So I'm just in the dark on that. But judging by the massive 700 times influx of currency, I say maybe it's 70 times, maybe it's 10 times, whatever. Just way more currency, assets, everything. Just Scrooge McDuck's vault, just filled to the brim with coins. That's what MCGA is. I can't see it just picking up where Yorkville left off, as in or referring to the price per share. And maybe I'm just hopeful. Maybe I just don't understand. Whatever. I'm the only one talking about this, so my opinion. I'm the expert right now since no other videos are online about this. Crypto bros, financial gurus. Why aren't you talking about this? I'd watch your videos. I wouldn't have to record one. No, this shit's fun. I love this. I got some people in the chat. I'm chatting to people. John R. was my first live chat ever. This is amazing. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be 1082 when it opens up. What is it going to be? I don't know. That's my biggest question. If I had a time machine right now, I would use it exactly for that purpose. Not to save the world, not to go back and kill Hitler, to go to 930 and figure out what MCGA opens at so I could come back here and tell you. I'm loopy, man. I was up at 3. I couldn't sleep last night. Just 3 a.m. hits, boom, eyes open, staring out the window at the moon. I'm like, well, shit, here we are. Started recording at 6 a.m. Was supposed to start the stream at 8. I was like, well, shit, here I am. So just started recording at 6. Just loopy as all hell. So much coffee. Gonna get more coffee at 9, which is, it's 8:53. We're almost there. But that's my biggest question. What will MCGA open up as for their price at 9:30? 37 minutes from now, people. And people that didn't, well, I already covered it. Watch out for this $ MCGA. That takes you to a crypto coin that has nothing to do with the business combination, nothing to do with the strategic partnership. It's the crypto coin is called MCGA. So I think a lot of people are going to fall for that. So just be careful. What do I sound like at 4 times speed? I wonder what I sound like at 4 times speed. I wonder if it's really fast and I sound weird. Hey, John, what's up? That's going to be weird. 4 times speed. Patriot in the woods. What's up, people? Yeah. Hey, John, check it out, though. I mean, you could be right. Okay, fair. But expected funding for the digital asset treasury will consist of $1 billion in CRO. Okay, the digital asset treasury, that's this. So, okay, you could be right. You could be right. I know the $5 billion for sure. We're just we're debating that last billion. We're just debating, just the last billion. No big deal. So, okay, let's say you're right. Probably right. That's fine. I'm just having a little fun on that last billion because it's specifically named. Why is it specifically named and the 5 billion's not? You know what I mean? Yep. So that 106 million, that is this. That's the 684 million Kronos, approximately 106, 107 million at 15.3%. Yes, that's part of the business strategy. That's the smaller part, not the business combination or the strategic partnership. The business combination is the 5 billion and the right here, the strategic partnership is the 684. And see, it mentions in the strategic partnership, it mentions not $1 billion, but the 19%. Stop. So the 19% is mentioned in the strategic partnership. That I'm just having fun right now, just, picking things apart. So the 2% locked in. That's that 106 million you're talking about. That's the 2% of the circulating CRO. Locked in, done on the blockchain, confirmed. Actually, we have, I think Chris from crypto.com confirmed that it's on the blockchain earning rewards, the 106 million. In addition to that, there's 20%, which is, I'll go back here somewheres, which is 6 billion CRO. That is going to be acquired by the Treasury, which this is the Treasury. So 20% is going to be acquired by them. Not mentioning when it's going to get bought, how it's going to get bought. and I know I'm just nitpicking details here. Most likely you're right. 6 billion, not till 9:30. Okay, fine. But that 1 billion is mentioned in the strategic partnership. The 5 billion is the business combination, the big umbrella. The smaller umbrella is their strategic partnership. And that's to get Kronos onto Truth Social, to get wallets set up, to rewards set up. That's the strategic partnership, the smaller part of it. Billions of dollars is the smaller part these days. But in the strategic partnership, they mention the 20% of the circulating supply. That's all I'm going by. Nothing definitive, nothing written in stone. The 20% of the circulating supply is mentioned in the strategic partnership, which to me means it's not part of the business combination, which is the 5 billion given to MCGA, Yorkville, which is now MCGA as of 9:30, by Yali Penn. So Yali Penn's giving them the 5 billion. That's the business combination. Welcome up, man. Welcome live. And so yeah, I mean, what you said was totally right in the live chat, John. I'm just having fun here. I'm excited. This 1 billion, the 5 billion is confirmed line of credit by Yali Penn, confirmed part of the business combination right here. This is the big umbrella, the 5 billion, the backstop, the 9.9% beneficial ownership backstop shares, which really, as far as I understand, crypto.com doesn't have much to do with the business combination. They're mainly a part of their strategic partnership to get CRO onto Truth Social. That's as far as I understand. I think I understand. But this 1 billion is specifically named besides the 5 billion. That's your 6 billion altogether. And it's also mentioned, not by name, they don't say 1 billion, but they say 19%, which is 19%. So maybe there's no breadcrumbs there. Maybe it's, just telling me to shut up and buy CRO, stack CRO. That's fine too. I'll do that. But if there are breadcrumbs, I picked them up, and this is it. But yeah, if there are breadcrumbs, they just made $685 million in a week. If there's no breadcrumbs, they're still going to buy $1 billion worth of CRO. Check this out. Dang it, I'm going autistic. The number of CRO would give a clue. So 6313000. Oh, 21. They threw a 212 in there. I didn't notice that. They threw the 212 in there. Okay. So 6 billion CRO. I was watching my video. did math on my videos yesterday, and it's so hard because I know I'm live and I know people are watching. And then when I got off the video, I was like, dude, that math is so stupid simple. What were you doing? So I'm doing it again today, just freezing up. But he got 6 billion CRO. Let me just do this. Did I do it yesterday? Okay. $965 million. That's not what I'm looking for. 6 billion CRO times that. That's the money. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Oh, John, this is proof. Yeah, 15.3%. That's 1 billion. They got that CRO. That's freaking proof right there, bro. Watch. Okay, 1 billion. 6 billion CRO at 15.3% is $1 billion. That amount of CRO is only at 15.3%. That's another breadcrumb. That's a huge bread chunk. If they bought that amount of CRO for $1 billion, they got it for 15.3%, which is the exact amount they got the 100,000 for, was 15.3. See, I think it's already bought. I think they made $750 million already before they even open. I don't know. I'll double check my math later and be like, dude, you just wasted 30 minutes going in circles talking about nothing. But whatever, I'm having fun. Let's have some fun. So this amount of CRO at this amount of money means you bought it for 15.3% or 15.3 cents exactly. Well, maybe a little more, a little less. That is crazy dumb interesting. My conspiracy theorist mind is like, yeah, bro, keep going. Dig into that. Derail the whole stream and go into that, please. All right, we're in 9:04. Let's check our stats, get concentrating. Yeah, might not be true. For me, in my head, I'm convinced. I think they already purchased. I think that $1 billion is already spent. Maybe not on the blockchain. MCGA doesn't own it because it doesn't exist yet. But in 26 minutes, I don't know. That's the exact price they bought the other stuff for. And Trump's no dummy. He's the best businessman in the world. Made art of the deal. I think he would have got it cheap. We shall find out. This is still York. CRO 26 is coming up. CRO's coming up a little. That's not live, is it? 25. See, every crypto is going up, except the crypto with the biggest news today is going down. Das wird 1082. Where are we at? We're at 1080 in pre-market. So yeah, I think John's nailing it here that it's a total $6 billion. It's just why was that $1 billion named in the strategic partnership? The $5 billion is part of the business combination, but that $1 billion that was named in the strategic partnership, and the amount of CRO they said they're going to buy for that $1 billion is exactly 15.3%, 15.3 cents, which is exactly what they bought the $107 million worth of CRO for. So I say it's the same time. But yeah, there is no proof of that, my claim. I'm just putting a bunch of little breadcrumbs together, but there is no proof of my claim. It's just that 19% is mentioned in the strategic partnership. That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, we won't know till it opens and we see balance books in 23 minutes. Well, see, John, about the SEC, it reads that that I don't know if I have time to go in. Yeah. Okay, they'll file. Check this out. Before the SEC, they would have had to file with the SEC for the MCGA name change, because they're going from a SPAC, a SPAC, to a digital asset treasury incorporated, the Trump Media Group CRO Strategy Incorporated. They would have to go to the SEC to get that going. But there was no SEC filing for that. Where are we at? SEC filing for that. So, yeah. Right? So if they didn't spend that $1 billion, so once what you're saying, which is, I understand why you're saying it. So if they didn't spend that $1 billion yet, they will not be able to get this amount of CRO for $1 billion. This amount of CRO is only available at 15.3%, which was when they bought the other stuff. That's what I'm saying. They won't be able to get 19% of the supply with $1 billion anymore. It'd have to be $1,685,000,000. You see what I'm saying? They won't be able to get that amount of CRO for $1 billion anymore since the price went up. You can only get that at 15.3 cents. So if this is in the announcement, it's impossible to do that right now because CRO went up. Unless they tank CRO, unless they intentionally tank CRO back down to 15.3, which I don't even want to say that out loud. So, yeah. I don't know. Huh. He's less bullish now. Scaring him off somehow. I don't know. I'm more bullish. It's not a name change. It's for a complete corporate restructuring and multi corporations and hedge funds influxing the biggest in history crypto deal. I mean, if you can't get excited about the biggest crypto deal in history that exists ever in the universe, I don't think anything I could say could help or hurt. Like, this is the biggest. This is the biggest thing. They're changing a SPAC, which is just a placeholder company, into a digital asset treasury. They're taking let's just say, they're taking a piece of paper and turning it into Scrooge McDuck's vault, where you could dive into the coins. That's what they're doing. And they're filling that vault up to the brim with assets. That's what's happening at 9:30. It's the biggest crypto news in history is what it is. Where am I going? All right. 12 minutes. I don't even want to get into anything because I'll miss the opening. Okay, I'm going to get. Okay. Cold feet, John. I think you're getting cold feet. Stay frosty. Get that, stack that CRO. Oh, I can't wait, buddy. This is something. I got any new texts or whatever they're called? What are they called? X. What are X's? Since it's not Twitter anymore, is it called tweets? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here. Is this going to shut down? I don't even think it's updating. I think everything's still Fridays. You know what? I'm going to close some things out. Boop, 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 boop. I'll leave those. Leave my this. Has he posted anything? Crypto.com. 5 days, bro. We need you. Say something, Bubba. Okay. I'm gonna jump really quick. Go look at my chickens in the backyard. Give me 2 minutes, because at 9:30 I feel like I'm gonna be very distracted. So give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna run out to my backyard. Look for my chickens. Okay. Thanks for putting up with me, everyone. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to my channel. I love you. 1080 is where we're at right now for MCGA. I've been waiting forever, for weeks, to say this. It's at 1080 right now in pre-market. And we got that warning in Robinhood, pending corporate action. MCGA is unavailable to trade in some sessions. Data updates may be delayed. So let's expect some chaos. Let's expect some unexplainable hoodoo in the next 20 minutes. Crow dipping. And let me see, the rest of, I bought some shit coins. Yeah, every other Shiba Inu, Ethereum, Bitcoin, was it CoinLink? Chainlink, Pepe, Doge, they're all up. Doge is up a little, like Sky, they're all going up. The cryptocurrency with the biggest multi-billion-dollar news is going down. So I think we're walking into some chaos right now, but we have a solid deal already pinned. This deal is solid. We got that initial lockup I didn't even cover today. No pump and dump. They cannot sell for 12 months. So we're going to the moon for a year, everybody. Oh, I can't wait for this. Once this does something. Nope, not yet. I don't think that'll do anything until 9:30. And invalid symbol. Invalid symbol. It's MCGA now. This was given a warning the other day. Nope, not that. Where'd you go, Bubba? What was that? Oh, over here. That it's about 15 minutes delayed. So we'll see what happens. Chicken. I would never choke my chickens. They're my babies. I don't know if you guys know, but I love my chickens. Where are they at? Oh, is it here? Where do I have pictures of my chickens? I don't know. Somewhere. Is it on my X? Yeah. Oh, no chickens there. Oh, I changed it. Whatever. I got chickens and they my faves. Patriots in the woods. Welcome to the chat, though. 8 people in Rumble, 1 on Locals, 1 on YouTube's. That's John R. 10 total. That's good for me. Can I do a commercial? Do I have time? 6. I've never had enough viewers to do a commercial for me. Nope, cannot do a commercial. You are lucky. I would have did it so darn good. I would have read it in Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, his voice. My father wouldn't let me do nothing, man. I want a gun because Master Shit got a gun, but then father wouldn't let me have a gun, man. That's bullshit. You missed out. That would have been an awesome commercial. Probably shouldn't have did that on my serious stream. Where are we at? Want that? I got to keep that. What are we at here? I want DJT to skyrocket. This is the revenge tour. We need to vindicate these naked shorters and demonic market manipulators. Let's nuke them off the planet metaphorically with a dividend share to each valid shareholder. Identify yourself. Yorkville 1082. Do I need that? Because I got it here. Yeah, I probably need that. And I'll put it. I'll leave it here. Okay. Oh, I'm getting nervous. Where we at? 12 minutes. 12 minutes, everyone. MCGA holding at $10.80. Does anybody know what the opening price could be? I mean, it's a lot, billions and billions and billions of more currency and assets injected into Yorkville acquisition than it had when it was at $10.82. So can anybody guess what it'll open up as? Crazy. I can. Yeah, probably won't happen at 9:30. I know. I mean, honestly, something might not happen till November, the CRO that's on the blockchain. I mean, you get paid out every couple days, but it won't get any significant gains for months, 6 months, 1 year, So true. I mean, something's going to happen, but okay, I think we're going to ignite the engines, but we might not have liftoff to the moon today. DWAC day 7. Okay, Patriots in the Woods. You've been on the journey of DJT. I was explaining that earlier. I don't know if you were here, but man, when the day it turned from DWAC to DJT, I bought in around $12, and I think I had DWAC as well. I think you're right. I think I did. And so it was like up to 60, 70. Then they paused it. Or no, I went to 90 or whatever. Then they froze the asset. Like you can't trade anymore. You could only sell. And then it went down and they let it go. And then it rose again. They paused it and froze it. Like, so you've been on that journey too, buddy. Like, this is vengeance. I know my mom was like, just breathe. I was like, no, I'm holding my breath till 9:30 a.m. Let's go. Yeah, no, I hear you, John. It's I actually have no clue what will happen. My positions in the stock and the crypto, not financial advice, but I did my research, bought what I think I should. I'm locked in. If I lose, fine. I did my research to the best of my capabilities, and no shame. I mean, I'll be sad, but I know I tried my best. So 9:30, we'll see. I'm going to close that calculator, get as many things gone. That's an important one. Chrono's still down. I mean, up from the 15.3. So the Treasury, the MCGA, is still, made money. But yeah, is that like a nervousness? Or what I say earlier, it's like like a beach when the water just kind of pulls away from the shoreline and everyone's looking around like, oh, isn't that weird? It looks kind of cool. The water's pulling away. Where's the water going? That means run, a tsunami is coming. So is that this? Is it drawing back and a tsunami's on its way? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm excited. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. No, not financial advice, but I'm in it. We got people in the chat that are in it. Let's go, man. But yeah, so maybe we won't go to the moon today, but I think definitely 100% chance that we're starting the rocket engines. They are firing up today, but maybe we won't head to the moon yet. I mean, quite frankly, we have 12 months to get to the moon. Sooner the better, of course, but we have that lock-in period. That just changed, didn't it? I thought it was littler before. Maybe not. No new announcements. But yeah, so we have 12 months to get to the moon. They cannot sell for 12 months. Anybody in the business, let's see what they say. Yorkville and Yorkville. So that closing of the business combination, that's the 5 billion. That's Yali Pin as well. That's the big thing. So, because Yali Pin, they have the backstop. Holy shit. I thought it was just a business strategy, but it's the so Yali Pin has the backstop to buy no more than 10% shares of Yorkville, which is MCGA, in 7 minutes. So they can't sell either for a year because they're part of the business combination. Whoa. They can't sell that 5 billion. They can't sell that 1 billion. They can't sell that 100 million. Any shares that Yali Ping buys, they can't buy. They're not listed here, but I'm guessing since they signed the contract, they're part of the business combination because they're the ones giving the $5 billion line of credit. Holy crap. So that means everyone's HODL for 12 months. So we have 12 months to get to the moon. Weird. I don't know. What's going to happen today. 78, we went down to 1078. So we're down 2 more cents in pre-market. But I don't think it's going to open at 1078. Where's that at? That's my MCGA ticker. I got that. And I got Yorkville, MCGA. Okay, we're at 1078 right now. With 6 minutes to go, people. What the shit? Oh. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. 6 minutes to go. What screen do I want to be on? You know what? Do I have anything open? Yeah. Okay. We're going splitsies. Is this it? Okay. We need you. What do we want? DJT. Can you guys see it if I go foursies? Don't call it foursies. How do I do foursies? Okay. God, I haven't messed with computers in a while. Quit it. Quit being a dick. Oh, there we go. Grab this. I don't need that. What else do I want to be on? Kind of important. Chronos. Duh. What the shit? Yeah, my brain's going blank, man. Oh my God, get out of here. Oh, that sucks. Let's just look at the number. No chart. My phone did something, but nothing happened. Okay, what do I have? And I have this, which I don't want that. What did I want on this one? DJT. Okay, so I have MCGA, DJT, Chronos. Let's go. And that's at 1078. DJT. Let's check pre-market DJT. DJT pre-market 1674. So it's up 10 cents. Do I have any? Okay. Okay. We're at 1078 here. 1674 or thereabouts there. What do I got for my how many minutes? 4 damn minutes. I gotta pee. Oh my God, I gotta pee. Sorry, folks. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 2564. So this Chronos is delayed a little. Oh, get out of the way. How did I get rid of that last time? So this Chronos is delayed a little. Did it just go away? I hate Bing. I usually don't do internets on this computer. It's just basically my gaming computer. But here we are doing the go. Oh, fuck. Oh, sorry. Go away. Hate you. Okay. What do I need? What do I need? Last thoughts. Oh, cool. Golden Age opportunities. Cool. Thanks, Patriot in the Woods. You threw a True Social group. I got to join some more of those. I joined some, but they just don't post enough. But I mean, good posts when they do. It's just nobody was posting about this. You know, I should have started a True Social group. Darn it. I started a hashtag, Yali Pin and Yorkville. Look under the # Yorkville on True Social. It's all my posts and videos. All right. No more talk. 929. Oh my God. I want this. 1082. Here we go. 1078. What is it going to open as? I don't know what to look at first. $9.29. Here we go. I don't know if I'm breathing or not. I don't think I'm thinking. What's happening? I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Is that smart? I don't know. I think this is historic. Here we go. It opened at $10, 1077. It's still in pre-market. Yeah. Okay, that opened up there. It did open up at $10. I don't understand that. What do I want? I want this. Delayed. DJT 76. Is this live or do I have to keep doing this? 78. I could check my phone. Chronos. Okay. Anticlimactic, peeps. Nothing happened big, but we kind of realized that John R. did that. But it is confirmed live. What blows my mind is that it did open at $10 a share. They closed on Friday. Yorkville, MCGA closed on Friday with $200 million, less than that, like $150 to $180 million in assets. They're opening up on Monday morning with billions of dollars in assets and lines of credit and stocks, and their price is the same. It's 1070 now. I don't understand that. So if anybody can explain that, the world hates Crow except for a few. I mean, the reason we're stacking Crow is, in my opinion, to live on, to spend it, but a little bit, but like to get it on the blockchain, get the rewards and live off the rewards, like live off the interest of your money. That's my goal. And this is interesting. Let's see, where do I want to go? Okay. Going up to 73. Okay, that's pretty accurate. Okay. So I bet you this will be a little late. Yeah, that's true, John. 10 a.m. There's going to be that it opens up, spikes a little, dips a lot, because that's people taking their profit, which is fine. But the spike didn't really happen. Yeah. Okay. I gotta restart it without going up and down. So if I go down now, it won't work. Okay. Then you gotta refresh it without moving it. Okay. I mean, this is part of the game. If it was a guarantee, then everyone would do it, and it wouldn't be worth a damn. Look at live. Oh, you got 1 hour. Look at live. Okay. Am I not looking at live? Yeah, I usually just use my phone a lot, so I don't really see. It does that. What is crypto? Fuck you. Sorry, I keep dropping the F-bomb. See, I can't find it. That's the Swedish bullshit I was running into yesterday. That's the best I could figure out how to do. Oh, yeah. One day. Fuck. Doesn't have live on here. Candles. Yeah, that's one day. Shoot, I don't know how to go live on this. They probably won't let you unless you buy a thing or two. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, good call on going live. I didn't even think of that. All right, I'm going live on my phone. Oh yeah, I see that can. Yeah, oh shit. All right, so we're here though. We're here. This is it. We're in a new world. We lit the engines. Fuck. DJT stop. Why is everything going away? All right. Okay. AI sucks. Huh, I did not expect it to be $10 a share. I can't wrap my mind around that. Why is it $10 a share? I mean, John, maybe you're right. Like, with the SEC filing and all of that. But the Trump Media Group CRO Strategy Incorporated is live. That is the MCGA. This is this. This is where all the billions and all the CRO is going to. It's going to this to be put on the blockchain, to be traded on the NASDAQ. Oh, cool. So your York warrants have changed to yeah. They said they do that. That's why I'm trying to look here to see this hasn't changed yet. On the Yorkville acquisition, they haven't updated theirs yet. So I'm still looking at that. One more time. Nope, not updated. I mean, honestly, yeah, Coin Baron. I watch him on YouTube. He's one of the guys. Like I was not making fun of him because they know their stuff. They're talented. They're they win. They make their money. But they're one of the ones. I don't think it was him specifically, but that we're thinking I was spam in talking about Yali Pen and talking about the deals. Like they're very siloed, which totally fine. That's how they win. I get it. But they didn't know anything about this entire deal. They were just quoting the $6.42 billion Kronos deal. I'm like, no. That's not it. It's Yali Ping going to Yorkville. And they're like, are you spam? So, yeah, great. I watch him too. Coin Baron. Great at what he does. I just wish they'd maybe post one video a week or something, like a little more expanding. Then like I wouldn't have to. Like I had to make this. I like streaming, of course, but nobody else was digging into this deal. So I was like, damn it, for posterity to just have it on record, I got to share these documents. So that's what led to me waking up at 3 a.m. this morning. All right, so this was probably going to be on a 15-minute delay. The Trump Media Group CRO strategy is live, and I couldn't predict that nothing would happen. What the crap is that? Nothing happened. Like, what did he go to? The warrants. I was going to do something. Yeah, I like Coin Baron. You guys seen this yet?
Here's a 2-1.
Suck it, Karen. What am I doing? Where's my groups? I want groups. I don't use it on. Where's my search? Where's my groups? What is this? Is this friends or groups? Groups, MAGA. Whatever. Okay. Where'd my X go? Where's my X? There's my X. All right, folks, this is crazy weird. Nothing happened. I would not have guessed that. So it's not. Oh, that's a picture I took, so that wouldn't be live. Ha. No new text message or no new tweets or whatever's. Boom. Okay. You know which Chris I want. Okay. Any new post? 4 hours ago. What's gonna happen? Caught the ball and kicked it. Is that a good? That's a good thing. Yay, good thing. Okay. September 5th. 10 hours ago. Nothing. Coinbase. There's nothing happened. What the heck, you guys? 3 dots on a group symbol is doodaddy. 3 dots. Not that 3 dots. Go back. 3 dots is the group symbol. Cool. Mute group. Oh, DJT. That's one of my groups. Okay. That's funny. Did I post that? I know I did, but not that time. Okay. So how long ago? 3 days. Come on. $18 minutes. Okay. 35 minutes. I'm not. Why is this not news? Like, $6 billion is a big deal to me. So this is live. This, either if you think what I think or you think what John R thinks in the chat, no matter which side you think, or if there's sides or whatever, this is live now, because, or maybe they're still filing with the SEC, so this isn't live, and the 5 million isn't live because of the SEC filing. But it says, because at the close of the business, that's the strategic partnership. At the close of the business combination, business contract established. Well, okay. So if we read it like this, I think I already opened that. But so I think crypto.com might be part of the business combination then. I thought they were only part of the strategic partnership. But I wish I could get a flow chart. See, there's no flow chart. Maybe I have to make a flow chart now. So the definitive agreement for the business combination to establish. So the business combination is to establish MCGA. And it is established. And they had to file with the SEC to change Yorkville, the SPAC, to a digital asset acquisition treasury. So that's already been filed. The business combination is closed because MCGA is live. I think that means that 5 billion, the 6 billion total, is live. But the NASDAQ's not live on the homepage, mcga.com. I don't understand zero movement. Right? I guess that's... If billions of dollars changed hands, movement would happen. So did billions of dollars not change hands? Yeah, so they bought the 105 million. That's the 685 Kronos, give or take. 685 million Kronos already on the blockchain, already gaining rewards. I don't know if that 105 million, though, is going into MCGA, or if that's just going to be used on the True Social Network, or is the True Social Network going to be using Kronos from MCGA? See, I just don't know the inner workings of this deal. And I've been studying it for 3 weeks, and I still got just major questions that aren't spelled out. They will be answered, just not when I want them. And there's no new announcement today. There has to be an announcement today. Nothing yet. X might get a scoop. Okay, I'm not getting my satisfaction. Okay. You know what? Let's throw this right there because I want that bigger. Got Kronos. But see, this is the only person talking about it. And this is the cryptocurrency right here. I talked about this earlier. This MCGA coin is a cryptocurrency taking people away from everything, all this stuff. And people are thinking that the MCGA crypto coin is all this other stuff. And I think a lot of people are going to get in a lot of trouble. Not trouble, but maybe lose money, not financial advice, going down this rabbit hole. So careful. So this, as far as I know, has nothing to do with this. So be advised, do your own research, not financial advice. Ooh, this guy's doing it. He's going to sell. Yeah, I mean, there'll be people taking profit here. If it goes up any, the old schoolers, I mean, that bought in at 8 cents, 15 cents, they might take profit. I understand. Yeah. Yeah, Patriots in the Woods, you're right. Cool, yeah. I think these were the right questions. There's probably more. But yeah, this is just, it went through news drives the price, not the action, but the news. So you're right. We're actually waiting on confirmation and all that stuff. But my position's locked in. I'm HODL. Might take some profit if something big happens, but I'm in it for the long run. Yeah, my plan is to live off the rewards of the Chronos. Wouldn't that be great? I mean, still have a job. Like, I wouldn't retire or go buy an island, but I wouldn't worry about my mortgage anymore. Like, that's kind of cool. So stuff like that, like just make your quality of life a little bit better, a little bit at a time, kind of thing. But yeah, Patriot in the Woods, you're right. It's we're waiting on the news to tell us what to think. I like big numbers. I want some commas and zeros. But you see everybody talking about, well, this is him keep posting, but everybody that talks about MCGA online puts this dollar sign in front of it, which refers back to this, and that guy's using this to say that his meme coin is what this is all about. But maybe you guys can confirm that. I always say like $ MCGA means the stock MCGA, because I always say $ DJT when I'm talking to my family about True Social and DJT stock, Trump Media Group. But he was posting this as confirmation that the cryptocurrency is the whole thing everyone's talking about. And it's really scary because I hate that they put that line in there in that paper. It made things really confusing. Oh yeah, how's my meme stocks or meme coins? Doge is up, Pepe's up, everything's up. Everything except Chronos is up. Isn't that weird? Huh. All right, nothing. Any new answers? Ooh, another answer. No? Huh. 7, that's a new one, but that's the only other one I saw. Yeah, that. Stay away from that, in my opinion. 1082. Well, people, I don't know if you're bored or not. I'm going to keep kind of, whoa. Okay, now we're partying, I guess. All right, thank you. Oh, I ruined it. We were partying. Now we're not partying. Oh, that was fun. I don't know what more else or what else I could say. I mean, I'm gonna still keep going if you guys are interested. I just I feel like I'm kind of losing momentum now because nothing really happened. But I'll keep trying to figure stuff out here. Keep going for a little bit longer at least. But yeah, I think Patriot in the Wood nailed it. Okay, so yeah, dollar symbol means stock. Okay, so the guy's taking the symbol for stock and turning it into trafficking people towards a meme coin. That's dirty business, man. Because I was doing research on this whole deal for like 3 weeks, and then I started my Twitter account last night just because I was trying to find more information, and that's when I started finding out about the meme coin, and so I thought I totally missed something because I wasn't on Twitter or something. But turns out I don't think I missed something. It's something screwy. Oh, Nunez. What's he saying today? He's in charge of TMTG. Pinned. December 8th. Oh, this is X, though. Let's find Nunez on Truths. Look up. Nunez. Think about it. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Did you guys watch this? This is pretty good. I went on a little rant because of this. If you haven't watched this, you might not know what I'm talking about. Yeah, 10 a.m. Okay, copy that. Great interview. I love X22 if you haven't heard of it. Really good stuff. But in this interview, and I got the transcript. Oh, I just closed some of my tabs earlier. But I did a video where I have the official transcripts of this video sent to the SEC by MCGA, where Nunes said 2 times at least, we're waiting on our overlords, and this isn't a quote, but this is really close. We're waiting on our overlords at Google and Apple to okay our decisions. And I had to pause it. I went back and he said it twice. I have the transcripts. I did a video of it. What is he talking about? Why are Google and Apple the overlords of TMTG that you have to wait on them to make decisions for MCGA to move forward? Nobody's answering this. Nobody knows. He's being a little parabolic probably, but why does he keep saying that Apple and Google are the overlords of Truth Social? I couldn't figure out. My first guess was like, oh, they're the ones that are offering the $5 billion, because on paper, Yali Pin, the hedge fund that's extending the line of credit, is only worth $50 million. So where are they getting this $5 billion? I was jumping to conclusions saying, oh, it's Apple and Google, through the Cayman Islands into Yali Pin, because Yali Pin is based out of New Jersey, but they have connections to the Cayman Islands somehow. It's in their papers. It's not hidden. Yeah, Devin and Dave. Yeah, they spend the first 10 minutes like, "Hey, how's your wine? I'm glad you using oak barrels, like I said." And Devin's like, "Well, not too oaky." Like they're just shooting the shit with each other. Yeah, that's really cool. But and the great interview. I'm not talking shit about the interview at all. Love Dave X22, great. But Devin just kept saying that Google and Apple are the overlords of TMTG. And that bugs me. So I jumped to that 5 billion thing, but then I started thinking, because, you know, I don't know if you guys know about Damus. I talked about it before, or Amethyst on Android, but it's on Apple. It's Damus, social media, peer-to-peer social media, distributed, uncancelable. And they you have to have, they do likes that are actual currency, which is what's coming on to True Social with the gyms. Like, your likes will actually be worth currency is what's going to be happening. Damus is already doing that, just on a much smaller scale. And to do that, you need a wallet. They call it Zap. You zap your stats. Have you guys heard of this? We could go through it really quick. I might cover it here to just to have this video be all inclusive. Damus. So this is for Apple. On Android, it's called Amethyst. But see, so right here you have that lightning bolt. You're, instead of liking it, which means nothing, but they have the little hang loose, you know, the hang loose thing. But if you really like their post, you could zap them a sat, which is a fraction of a Satoshi, like $1 to a penny to $1, a sat to a Bitcoin. It's a certain proportion of a Bitcoin. You guys probably already know this, but whoa. Okay, Patriot in the Woods. It's live, 6 billion committed. So if you really like their post, you could send them actual Bitcoin, fractions of a Bitcoin. That's what, but you need a wallet, the wallet of Satoshi. To, well, what did I hit space? I have too much shit around on my keyboard. It's best. Oh, come on. I hate advertisements. I hate being just do what I want. Wallet of Satoshi. They give me everything but wallet of Satoshi. Whatever. It's a wallet and it links directly to Damus. Actually, I have it on mine. And it, I don't know where I put it. Where did I put it? I put it somewhere. Wallet of Satoshi, right there. I spelled it right? Yeah. So yeah, I'll show it, but I don't really use it, but it's the wallet of Satoshi. So I have 346 sats that I didn't buy. It's just, I made posts and people sent sats to me. They zapped sats. So now I zap sats to other people if I like their posts. And it's real money. It's real currency. I mean, what did that say? It was that's 40 cents. So people liked a couple of my posts. I made 40 cents, real Bitcoin, real currency. So that's what Truth Social's heading into with the business strategy now, or with the strategic partnership. Now the business combination, that's MCGA. Yeah. I love Bannon's War Room. I watch it on Reddit. Reddit? Why the fuck did I say Reddit? Gitter. I don't know why I just said Reddit. I don't watch it on Reddit. I watch it on Gitter. Oh, wow. Patriot in the Woods coming through with some statistics. It's been there 6+ months. Just waiting to go live. I mean, I could see that. Yali Ping having it all ready, waiting for the close of the business combination, which is MCGA going live. I could see that just waiting there. Okay. Dang it. I want to watch War Room too. Can I broadcast War Room? Sure. Somebody said sure.
Let's face it, you can't trust Big Pharma. They've already tried to block ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine.
This common drink may be the fastest solution to eliminate the parasite behind type 2 diabetes. Because,
of course, that's the language of their own internal oppositions. And And China and Russia in particular, but the rest as well, have been working for many years to delegitimize that language, to get the idea of human rights, for example, out of international documents, international institutions, and instead promote an idea that using the word sovereignty, which, by the way, is a word that the Trump administration also uses, by which they mean nobody can criticize us, and we get to decide what happens inside our own countries, and also if we feel like invading other countries, nobody can object.
The White House says it will advance a $5 billion pocket rescission. It's a legally dubious attempt to claw back money that Congress has previously approved. A pocket rescission is a rarely used maneuver. Normally, if the president wants to rescind some funding, he can ask Congress to review it and authorize the change. Congress typically has 45 days to consider it. But a pocket rescission attempts to bypass that by introducing the matter so late into the process that Congress doesn't have enough time to weigh in. The fiscal year ends at the end of this month, 23 days away. If the White House moves forward with that, it essentially amounts to an authoritarian attempt to strip away Congress's explicit power of funding the government, the power of the purse. That's why it's more important than ever for Democrats to play hardball, to fight fire with fire. And some are suggesting that that means being prepared to shut down the government rather than funding it on Donald Trump's terms.
Monday, 8 September, year of our Lord 2025, right there. You heard a huge fight. I'll give you some more information about that as the show progresses, about the two alternatives, or the two basic alternatives. But pocket rescissions, in fact, the Trump administration just announced, Washington Post picked it up. They're throwing down for a huge fight, continual fight on foreign aid, doing pocket rescissions, and all else. Okay, we're going to go live to the president as soon as he takes the stage at the Religious Liberties Commission. This was just announced that he was going to attend last night. They've been working on it for a while. I think Vince Haley and the team over there, pretty good speech lined up. Let's go to Dr. Peter Navarro. Doc, we're going to spend part of the morning with you. Looks like you're getting big-footed by your boss, but that's okay. Talk to me about where
Steve, that you would cut away to the president when I'm here. I mean, I'm shocked.
Hold it. I am going to tell the president later. I'm going to tell the president later in the day. Actually, Navarro gets better ratings, but we always cut to him, and I'll see how that sets with him. Peter,
you should do that. I think you take away your red line there. You have a red phone in there, don't you? When there's a crisis, they call Bannon. Is that how that works?
No. By the way, you don't. I want it for the record. I want it for Media Matters. Navarro gets high ratings here, but nobody outrates the president. Peter, I want to talk about the trade deals, your tariffs. You're bringing because we saw today Semaphore has a lead story by Ben Smith and the team over there talking about the conference call that the BRICS nations had. The Zoom call they had the day after the parade. So you had the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement for 2 days. Then you had the military parade. The next day, the BRICS nations got on the phone. And it just wasn't talking about it was deeper than even taking on the U.S. dollar, which they're doing with these bilateral deals to try to hide the de-dollarization. This is one of the reasons gold's blown through 3,600 earlier in the morning. But this is really where they talked about uniting to fight Dr. Navarro and President Trump's tariffs, which they called blatant protectionism. Your response, sir?
Well, let's see how this is going to work out. Let's see, Russia getting into bed with China. China claims they own Vladivostok, the Russian port, and they're already through massive illegal immigration into Siberia, basically colonizing Siberia, which is the biggest landmass of the Russian semi-empire. So good luck with that, Putin. And then India, of course, has been at war with China for decades. I just remembered, it was China that gave Pakistan a nuclear bomb. You got ships flying around the Indian Ocean now with Chinese flags. Modi, see how you kind of work that out. Meanwhile, the Brazil economy is going down the tubes because of Lula's socialist policies. Well, they keep the real leader of that country in a cell. So let's see what happens. But the bottom line is none of these countries can survive if they don't sell to the United States. And when they sell to the United States their exports, they're like vampires sucking our blood dry with their unfair trade practices. So, look, let's see what happens, but I don't see how the BRIC alliance stays together, since historically they all hate each other and kill each other.
Look, there's pretty powerful economics that President Trump and yourself have laid out when you're talking to these partners. Or we hear the BRICS nations, we hear that they're trying to unify against us, but correct me if I'm wrong, you're still in active. They've either gotten a letter and laid out what the terms are, and this is what we're implementing, or you're in active still discussions with India and others to pull deals together. Are we correct in that?
Yeah, let's run them down. We got 50% plus tariffs on China, and there's discussions ongoing. But the reality with China is, first and foremost, they continue not only to kill us with fentanyl, but there's this new drug out, nitidine, that's like 8 times more deadly than fentanyl. It's coming at us.
This cover,
so that's
from
going
an article
on. And of
Navarro
course, India.
wrote.
They have the high, I call them the
use this as a
Maharaja
cover.
tariffs. The Indian government takes offense to that, but it's absolutely true. They have the highest tariffs of any major country in the world against the United States. We got to deal with that. And then this is, buying Russian oil. Steve, look, they never bought Russian oil before Russia invaded Ukraine, except for like little tiny drops of it. And then they go into this mode of profiteering with with Russian refiners coming onto India's soil and the profiteering. So taxpayers here wind up having to send more money over there. So a lot of things going on.
Patriot in the Woods.
The good news here is, look at all the things we've done. Great deal with the European Union. Great deal with Japan, Korea, Philippines, Indonesia. All these countries are working very closely with us because, one, they realize that they've been taking too much advantage of us, and two, they need our markets. And I think India must come around at some point. And if it doesn't, it's laying down with Russia and China, and that won't end well for India.
I don't want to get you ahead of the president on this, but this is my favorite. The Financial Times of last week, which she said that China's their rise is an unstoppable power, and they had Putin and Kim on the podium. It's interesting they did not have Modi; he opted out of that. But a question comes up. You guys have been particularly focused on. No, go ahead. Why is it interesting?
No. I agree with you. Modi not there. That's very interesting. Go ahead, sir.
So you've been at the tip of the spear, not just in the working negotiations over there, but calling out India on secondary sanctions for taking Russian oil. Correct me if I'm wrong. You don't have the rise of China. I understand you and President Trump and Bessent and others are trying to work out a very complicated deal with China, but I just look around the world and I see that they're buying their 100% energy source from 3 parties. Russia, which they should be sanctioned if we're going to sanction India.
$3.
The mullahs in Persia, which we've already, I think, technically sanctioned that, and I don't know why we're allowing oil to come out of the Straits of Hormuz to China, both on cargo ships we know, or oil tankers we see, plus black market. Then we have an amphibious battle group, the Iwo Jima battle group with 4,000 Marines down there on an expeditionary force off of Venezuela, of which I believe China has also taken oil from Venezuela, which I think we kind of sanctioned that too. Isn't there a logic here that if we just implement the sanctions that I think we've talked about on Russia, the mullahs in Persia, and Maduro in Venezuela, that the Chinese Communist Party essentially has zero energy, and then you can bring them to the table a little bit easier, sir?
I can find it.
Look, we're walking a fine line here with all of this. I think that what's got to happen is India's got to stop buying Russian oil. That's going to be good for the whole peace. The road to peace partly runs through New Delhi. Europe certainly has to stop buying Russian oil, and dealing with Iran and Venezuela. That's got to happen. I mean, look, with China, we got over 50% tariffs on them, and we're doing the best we can in terms of negotiating to protect the American people without hurting the American people. And that's the kabuki and the art of diplomacy that we've got going on. And you just got to trust in Trump. I mean, look at where we've come, Steve. Look at, I mean, the difference between this administration and 45. I mean, I was this building here. I had to fight everybody in this place to advance the president's agenda on trade. Everybody now is pulling in the same direction. And what's happening here is it's going to be for the history book, Steve. This is a fundamental restructuring of the international trade environment in ways you can't even imagine could have happened. And President Trump's pulling it off.
Yeah. I gave this speech the other day, though, to national conservatism, and I've said on the show, and you and I talk about it a lot, that with the Chinese Communist Party, particularly, this was not a, President Trump said, hey, if you're going to do a conspiracy, in fact, the headline says Trump sees anti-U.S. conspiracy. I said, I think this is more of a flex. This is more up in your grill. And we know, Peter, that you and Bob Lighthizer worked for 2 years on a deal that President Trump was the master architect of. For 2 years, you guys negotiated with Li He. He did it with Xi. In May of 2019, after they agreed to the deal, right, when they thought they had one belt, one road going. In fact, it was at the same Shanghai Cooperation Agreement. This is when they were really rolling out one belt, one road, and Putin was there. They tore the deal up and spit in our face. I mean, it just seems we're on a path with these guys that at some point in time, we're the hard decouple group here. And I understand President Trump can't do that. You can't do that because you're trying to, manage a world economy. But do you believe, or does the White House believe, the senior people around President Trump, that we can trust these guys? Because now they feel they're on a roll.
Post that other thing at. I don't usually use a computer.
No, look, I am always here as long as I will be here to remind everybody about the history you've just gone through. I mean, the problem is that you can negotiate and then they'll cancel a deal at the last minute. That's one of the techniques. So that was the first big trade deal I worked with Bob. And then once we got the skinny deal, in January of 2020, they come here and they knew when they were sitting in the East Wing that the virus was about to descend on the world. They didn't tell us that. They took that deal and they basically didn't follow through on it, right? And then we've had some issues with the whole rare earth deal where letter versus spirit of the agreement and things like that. It's like nobody can trust the Communist Chinese. I mean, that's what they do, and they always say, "Well, that's not what we meant," or whatever. So, I guess my point here, Steve, is can you trust the Chinese Communists? No, full stop. So it's going to be trust and verify squared.
Yeah.
All you have to do is
I want to go back though for a second because it's beyond trust, and President Trump's as hard a tough a negotiation yet.
Yes,
but you go back to 2019. 2019, I remember we used to have you on the show, and you would say you go on on CNBC and Squawk and everything on the 2019 deal. People should understand. What happened is that Peter and I stepped back in 2017 and let Gary Cohen and the Commerce Department, Wilbur Ross, they wanted to do their thing after the Mar-a-Lago meeting. And of course, it was an epic fail because it basically gave everything to the Chinese. And President Trump says, we're not doing that. That was in July of 2017. He says, no, we're not going to do that. He deputized Lighthizer and Navarro to work under him directly for 2 years, and made a deal that integrated the Chinese Communist Party into the global economy. You had a great saying. It took care of the 7 original sins of the Chinese Communist parties, not just counterfeiting, but state-owned industries, excess capacity, dumping, all of it. It was all negotiated over 2 years with Li He, who was one of the senior guys. In tearing that up, Don't they show that they have no interest in being part of an organized entity that is the world economy? I mean, they criticize you and President Trump for being isolationist. You're anything but, right? We are America first and want American sovereignty, but these deals, the restructuring of this commercial relationships with the world are to also benefit the world, to make sure that their economies appropriately, right, can grow. But doesn't this show that we're chasing our tails here a little bit, because the Chinese Communist Party is not only can't you trust them, and President Trump will work out trust but verify, but at the end of the day, they have no interest in being part of a system that the Americans control, sir.
Shipmate, I think you're missing one of the big parts of the story. Remember when Bob and I were negotiating with the Chinese to get that big deal at the time, we had already imposed significant historic tariffs on China through Section 301. And that was our leverage.
Boop, bop, beep, bop, boop. How do I turn that down a little? Whoa, 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 whoa. What is happening? Stop doing what I think you're doing. Turn it down. Yeah, they usually go to break by now. About 13 after, so they go to break.
And fast forward now, it's the same situation.
Yeah.
We've got
only
over
thing right now is I care about CRO.
tariffs
Steve Bannon, talk about CRO.
As talks of a trade deal are being floated out there.
Hovering.
So
I wasn't really saying much. I was trying to figure out your how to get people to call in and do the audio thing. That's cool. Wait, you can. Hold on.
Behalf of the American public.
It'll probably go awful.
Does he continue these negotiations?
Wait, okay, here we go. I'm going to try it.
Let's see what happens. But look,
good point.
Waiting room.
Great point.
Okay.
Let's remember too, sir, that
copied link.
after they broke
Require
the deal,
approval.
what happened next?
All right, here we go, buddy.
There was something called the pandemic. And I remember
Let's see if this goes good or awful.
Right.
That's funny. All right, that's how you join the audio. Yeah, he does. We're just going to blow through this break right now, blah, blah, blah. That's awesome. All right, I threw that link in there. That's, as far as I know, how you do audio. I've never did it before, so maybe I used to do like Dungeons and Dragons campaigns, live stream campaigns over Discord, so maybe it's something like that. But now if you click it, I don't know where that shows up. Oh, maybe it shows up here. No, nobody in waiting room. Maybe it'll give me a thingy. Audio controls. Don't fuck with the audio controls. Oh shit, I work today. I got to work at 1. I was in another world since 3 a.m. You know what, peeps? I'm going to cut it here just because I got to do some things and check on my chickens. But yeah, Patriot in the Woods, man. I'll do a stream next time. Maybe we could chat. I'm not going to do the chatting today. I'm going to cut it here and get some things going. What am I at? 4 hours? That's pretty good. I got to work later on today. I'm second shift. But I really appreciate everyone joining. I got this new Golden Age Opportunities group of Patriot in the Woods. Looks pretty interesting. I'm going to check that out on my phone. You got Steve Bannon for another couple hours. I'm going to boogie. Thanks, everyone, for joining. This was awesome. I didn't know what I was expecting for the opening of the network. But for the opening of MCGA, I was expecting some movement, but no move up or down. I was expecting, but no movement. That's weird to me. So we're in a holding pattern still, but I'm locked in. Not financial advice. I'm locked into my CRO. I'm locked in. I bought my MCGA. Whatever. Thanks, people in the chat. Thanks for participating. Thanks for sticking with me. I hope CRO goes up so I could buy a good streaming camera. Cross America Mining Group. Okay, I'll check that out too. Awesome, man. Thanks, Patriot, for all those suggestions. And that's cool about the audio, or about the having people come in and talk. I'll definitely try that next time, see how it goes. If it goes bad, then I'll never do it again, that kind of thing. But if it goes good, then holy shit, got a whole other aspect, and we could actually hash things out live, because I've been kind of digging on this thing by myself for a couple weeks and, banging my head against the wall the whole time. But here we are, here we are. Maybe I banged through the wall and now I'm on the other side and my head hurts. So whatever. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to cut it here. Enjoy your day. Let's see what happens. I'll probably record another video soon, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. I get out of work about 8 or 9 p.m., so I might feel like recording, see if any movement happens. If any news happens, definitely I'll be posting that, because I'm still going to be monitoring this till November, like November, or till 2026. I think the Olympics and the World Cup and all of that are going to be sponsored by Crypto.com and Kronos. That's my opinion. I think that's going to happen. So I'm going to be covering this until then, for the rest of my life, forever. But thanks, everyone. Scott Zimmerman. I know that name. I can't figure out. Is he Rumble? Come on, Scott. Are you listening? All right, folks. I'm going to cut it here. Thanks for everything. Have a great day.